All right, what's up, guys? Yes, what's up, man? How's it going? First one to comment and stream. Let's see. Lou, what's up, man? God. That was by accident. All right. So, tending to my farms, it's like a daily homework, right? You guys want to chat about anything? Sure. After we're done, I don't know, I might do some Olympia, look at some KVK, do some infantry predictions. If I had to take a guess, I actually think it would be a single target skill damage commander and not smite for infantry. If I had to take a guess, I'm not confident, but for some reason I get a feeling they're not going to actually release another smite for infantry this cycle. I don't know. I mean, yes, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. What do I think about the leaks? So, about like 3 or 4 days ago, Ahara. So probably a lot of you guys don't necessarily follow her because she speaks Mandarin, but she actually made a prediction that the next infantry will probably either be Roman or Greek, just because of this like event that they're doing in Italy right now, right? And it looks like that's where it's leaning, right? At least the commander on the right that was holding a scroll. I'm not big on guessing, all that stuff. So I'm more interested in what the commander actually does, right? So is it going to be single target? Is it going to be AoE? They're going to have march speed or not? It's really interesting that they talked about introducing a new talent. So is that a new skill or is it a new tree? Right. I think it would make sense for them to have a new tree, like one of these. Wait, not this. The talent tree. Right, because every one of these trees right now, skill, support, attack, they have very little to no. It's really no smite damage mitigation. Right, so I think smite damage is a little too broken strong right now. You can make an argument that Gorgo actually could be one of the top rally pairs, right? If you if you have an artifact KVK, or if you pair him straight up with Luce, like a Garrison Smite Commander is broken strong, just because there's no real way to mitigate smite damage in these trees. So maybe it's a new tree that, or like I don't know, a rework tree or something that helps mitigate smite damage to make the game a little more balanced, right? Or else if they come out with another smite commander for infantry, I think it's just too broken strong. Like even if it's a single target smite damage commander, to me it would be a little bit not too balanced. So that's kind of where I'm thinking, just for like an overall balance of the gameplay, right? Russian, yeah, it could be Russian. You have a Hara on all your notifications. All right. Same shield as FC, yeah. But like as far as where they're from, I have no idea, dude. I'm just gonna defer to other people that enjoy that kind of stuff. Lefty, what's up, man? How's it going? Saw you made a new video today about your KVK. I haven't watched it yet, but glad that you had an awesome KVK. Maybe they'll revamp the talents. Yeah, I'm thinking they have like they should revamp the talents, right? Because it's made out from a time when there was no smite damage. Now that there is, like, just revamp it a little bit. Like, you shouldn't be able to just rally with a garrison commander like Orgo and have it start dominating other like actual garrisons. It's kind of crazy, and it's largely a function of how smite damage works right now. Smite damage by the belly prime level. Those who have access to the test servers already know their skills, but no one has leaked so far. I'm not sure if they actually know their skills. What are their reactions? I don't know. A smite damage, but a belly prime level. So, if you have a smite damage commander that's belly prime level, right, and then you pair him with Luce, just because, I mean, not Luce, Scipio, just because Scipio can pair with everything. Is the new commander and Scipio going to be better than Nevsky Joan? Like, that would be crazy, right? Like, I feel like it'll probably be, I mean, not probably, it's most likely going to be better than Guan. And then a skill damage, because I don't know. We'll see. We'll learn a lot about what direction they're taking this, depending if it's smite or skill. Right? There's so many people that have like Hunter on their wedge for infantry, and up to this point, you know, that completely goes to waste. Or they, like, I don't know. He said one rally, one open field. Who said that? I don't know. Doing good? Thanks, man. Yeah. Do I think the new infantry is going to be busted? I think no. I think the new infantry will be worse than Luce. Like, it has to be, right? Or else everyone is going to be an infamate. Like, everyone will be an infamate if the new commander is even on Luce's level, much less being stronger than Luce. Because Luce is just too strong right now compared to everyone else, right? So if they didn't release someone like that for Archer or Cav, I don't think they would do 2 to infantry in a row. I don't think, but you know, you never know. Am I still gonna go for Belly Prime? Yeah, that's a plan, right? So right now I have how many gold heads do I have? I'm at 208. I did the math. If you know, like with my spend, if I maxed every wheel, right, I just basically put everything towards gold heads, I get somewhere between 400 and 450 a month. But really, right now, what I really want to focus on is equipment. So I would go at that pace. I should be able to max my Cordoba. I only need like 130 gold heads to max him, right? 140, something like that. And then also be able to max a new infantry commander, but I have to before our next fighting, right? And then from there, I'll probably work on Belly Prime. If the new infantry isn't worth investing in, which I doubt, or if the new infantry is very mid, right? Where it's not that big of an upgrade over Guan, then I might go Belly first, just because I'm running Mina, right? And I do think Belly is a pretty significant upgrade over Mina. It just depends on where I could get the most value. Because I don't want to actually start taking away from the rate of material gain. So like, I want to sacrifice equipment improvement at the expense of gold heads. I think. Snorlax, what's up, man? Someone has access to this test server, but aren't allowed to give info. Yeah, there's definitely a test server that are going around. I don't have access to it. I'm actually, I actually am under contract with Lilith, but I don't have access to the test server yet. I'm not big enough, I don't think. Phil goes to timeout right away. Yeah, Belly is good. I'm actually most excited to try Belly Primary. No one else is doing it. I you know I I think if you run Belly Primary and that March even trades decent, that's where I would go with that. Right. The other one, the more conventional one, is just because then I would do Belly William and then Nevsky Joan, right? Or the other way to run it is Nevsky William, which is actually very good, and then Belly and then Joan Belly, which is conventionally will probably will work best. I don't know. I'm excited to try Belly Prime though. Under contract needs to watch what you say. Nah. I mean, I'm not gonna change anything I say. Like I'm still saying everything I was saying before. If I have to actually like throttle back or do like PR and stuff for the game, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do a contract with them. You know, I want the freedom to be able to say whatever I want. You have 400 gold heads. Should you try 5515 Joan? If you don't get it, or should you be good at 55 whatever, or should you focus on others? You have LC, Alex, ZL, Herman, and Nevsky. Um, 400 gold heads. Yeah, if you don't have a second cab, like, yeah. I mean, if you can get 5115, right? I think Joan is worth expertise in eventually, but yeah, ideally, you could do 5xx5 and then just kind of go from there. If you somehow do get lucky and just go like 5115, I would actually save the rest. LC Alex is good enough. I don't think this new infantry is going to be like so good at he's just like it's gonna outclass LC Alex by that much. But if it is, then you invest in that first after you get Joan to a decent place. How good is Justinian Belisarius? I'm not a big fan of Justinian, right? He does no skill damage increase. He's tanky. He does no real utility unless you're like swarming a flag or something. So like that is a very solid like third march of a troop type, but that's about what it is. Or Margaret Cordova, both 5511. I think you should go Joan first. I mean, I think you should complete that cap march before you worry about the siege. I'm under contract with Lilith. Yeah, that's a more recent thing. I mean, it doesn't really change much, but yeah. They're watching? Nah, they're not watching. I just need to post like X amount of videos a month, and I'm already doing way more than what they're required a month, anyways, without being under contract with them. So it really doesn't change much for me. Besides, I get some more money, I guess. Okay, what am I doing? Let's run some forts. Gino, what's up, man? How's it going? but even if I didn't do it, like the rate in which I'm making videos is way above what they require. I mean, if you haven't noticed, I don't really have a problem talking. Like I could just keep talking. So that part has been easy for me as far as making content. Let's see. Yeah, but if I had to take a guess, single target, uh, I'm leaning towards skill damage, and I think you're gonna get like it's gonna be better than Guan, but you're gonna get a lot of upset people. And then you're gonna see people make like videos. It's like, alright, this is a good thing. It allows you to catch up in commanders. Uh, it just it just based on everything that's happened the last with the Cavs. I think it's more likely that's the way Lilith goes. Yeah, you could 2-man 4. I wish I could 5-man 4. Then I could just burn through this AP a lot faster. But I only have 2 farms. I could probably, if I wanted to, I could probably get like 4 farms. I could do it. I just been kind of slacking as far as like working on like just getting one commander strong enough. But you know, I don't know. Farms take up so much of my time. Like they already take up so much of my time. Besides my main farm, so I have 8 farms, right? My main farm is City Hall 25. I have a couple others, like 2 or 3 that are at 24. But besides my main farm, all the other farms right now, I've actually put more resources into it than I've gotten out of it, which it's just what it is. But I think eventually it'll help. Oh no, did it launch? See, it took too long talking. Oh wait. Let's hurry up and do this on the 4th farm. You have 5 20+ million power farms. Yeah. I think I have like most of my farms, like the bigger ones, are around like 10 mil, I think. It's not so much. I don't know. I think after this next KBK, most of my farms will be in a decent enough place to actually contribute, as opposed to me needing to invest in them. But yeah, I've thought about it. I have no desire to go more than 8 farms. Like 8 farms to like even properly upkeep it is that's about my limit for what I'm willing to do. Mr. Zero, you go through all your farms in less than 10 minutes? What do you... I mean, I guess you could do that, right? Like, but it's more like there's just some basic... Well, especially right now, because I'm still growing these farms. But there's just like basic things you want to go through. I'm sure like someone probably has figured out what's worth skipping, what's worth tending to. I don't claim to be the most efficient at spending time on my farms. Oh no! Someone rallied this. Come on, man, that's messed up. Let's see. That's messed up, man. Who rallied that? About to do this all over again? Like I don't use like BlueStacks or whatever. It's probably easier if I also did this on my phone, but you know, you don't even claim the VIP on them. Wow, what a savage! You're okay with it not like showing however many days you logged in? Like this farm is logged in for 505 consecutive days. All of my farms, I've never missed a day of logging in. Oh, who joined? Jar? You did the courier and daily quest plus came in VIP, pop in a gathering boost. Yeah, I don't know. I hire a guy to tend to your farms. Yeah, but if you're gonna log in, might as well collect it, right? I don't know. See, like that's where I draw the line. Like, I mean, I think I draw the line way before that. But like think about it. It's a farm, and you literally like the farm is supposed to support your main, right? And if you're paying someone, first of all, I don't necessarily condone that. You know, not because of moral reasons, just because I can't really support in my channel. But if you're paying someone to manage your farm, which is supposed to support your main, like it's a, it take like this isn't even a like this is a game. You know, it's like you're literally creating jobs for people to play your game for you, right? Like that's always been kind of weird for me. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I don't think I did this. Um, One of your farms has 1,100 quests unclaimed. You're not pressing that many times, dude. You're like the girl that has like 40,000 unread emails or like unread text messages and just kind of let it build up. That's what it reminds me of. It triggers you too much not to collect it. Yeah, man. I don't know. If I have a farm where I can't kind of do some of the basic stuff, then that's just telling me I have too many farms, right? Like, I think 8 is my limit. Like, I can sustain it. It's kind of feels like homework, but I don't feel like I'm getting burnt out from it. I feel like if I go above 8, I'll start literally like burning out from this game real fast, you know, which I definitely don't want. What's the order to build archer gear? For the at the legendary set. So let's just pretend you have like all revival, right? So all epics. First thing you want to do is to upgrade the archer chest because you're going from attack, even though it's part of the revival set, to health, which is a huge upgrade. Technically, if you stop there for like KVK 4, 5, maybe even 6, you'll be competitive enough with most people. The next thing I would build from there is probably the leadership gloves, right? Because now you have 3-piece revival. So if you lose another one, it doesn't make that big of a deal. If you go from the epic archer gloves to the leadership gloves, you're going from attack to defense, which is, you know, obviously a good stat swap. And then the third one would be the leadership pants, where you get health. You're going from, I want to say defense to health, but you're also getting the 2-piece leadership bonus. And then after that, I would actually probably stay there for a while and work on my accessories before I upgrade further. Well, it depends on how many iconics you have, right? Like if you have more iconics, maybe upgrade the regular pieces first. If your iconic starved, then accessories. Let's see, what was I doing? Okay. I'm gonna get too distracted by this. that job exists. Dude, yeah, there's people that make a living off of playing this game for other people. It's crazy. Bacon, done with your third farm. 2 more to go. Bacon is one of those people, by the way. XP now, thanks for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, guys, if you haven't yet, please like and subscribe if you're watching and you haven't subscribed. It really helps out. Would really appreciate. They actually enjoy doing it because it's chill and they can live a decent life. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine your job is playing a game for someone else. It's crazy. Max Scipio, we'll wait for the next infantry. You have LC and Alex Max. Chris, definitely wait. Like, definitely wait. But if you are going to run 2 infantry marches, you're going to use Scipio regardless. So if you know for sure you're going to run 2 infantry marches, then I mean you can start using Scipio now, right? But I would actually still wait, because just in case the new inf is like the best pairing with Luce, right? Then you actually probably it depends how good the new infantry is. I just don't see it being that much better than Alex. You know, I don't think you're going to get a Luce level commander. I think you'll get a Belisarius Prime level commander. And if that's the case, yeah, of course, I would just wait. You know, I don't even think a Max Scipio with Luce is better than Luce Alex, right? I think it's different flavors for different folks. So if you already have Alex Max, or Cuda, isn't that the guy that Fleisch was covering, Bramson? Is that the guy? Alright, let's send this out. I'm gonna start getting into my other farms. Why is there a level? Why are there level 3 forts here? What's happening? Or Cuda? 5 bill KP as a native KVK2 player. That's a lot of KP. The highest I've seen so far from KVK1 was my boy Jackie. He got like 2 bill KP in KVK1. Right? And you have to think like he's fighting probably like mostly T4s, maybe some T3s, very few T5s. Like that's a lot of kills to you got to kill a lot of units to get 2 bill. Five bill as a native KVK2 is that's some bullying going on over there. I hope he didn't mind. Oh, he's a native, right? Okay, good. I don't know. You don't watch Flash? I actually don't watch Flash either. I don't know. I've seen like the headline scrolling through. Just pull out that credit card. I mean, there's pulling out the credit card. I mean, there. People talk about this game like, oh, if you just spend and like you got everything. No, there's a lot of people that spend that don't produce that much in this game, or like they spend a lot and they don't produce as much as they should. You know, you still got to actually play the game like a lot to generate those kind of numbers. All right, let me get to my farms after this. $33.87 has 280 mil power and KVK1. I'm not sure if that's good or not. He's Sith 2.3 bill and 3232. Yeah, I mean, sounds about right. Right? I mean, he did like 11 bill KP and 1 KVK like 2 KVKs ago, so. But like 2.3 is, and he spends a lot on that his alt account too. So I mean that will make sense, right? You don't even need to spend that much. You think the Guan Museum is actually pretty good? 5% march speed would have been better. I mean, if you think 5% attack and 10% defense is good, I guess I don't think it. I think it's very mediocre. About 13 bill plus. Is that Peace? Peace did over 13 bill in a KVK? I thought it was like 11. Or you're talking about something else, Bacon? $13 bill plus? Alright. I stand corrected. Not 11 bill plus, 13 bill. And 1 KVK. It's disgusting. I mean, I think he killed like something disgusting this KVK. Like the amount of troops he killed. I think like I mean legitimately, if you want to take one player and the amount of output and like contribution to a kingdom, like Peacemaker to me is at the top, right? Just like the amount of actual like output on the field. I mean, obviously there's a lot of fighting on the side too, like to get KP, but like also just the rally, the garrison, like always fight, like it just it's crazy. And best part with him about him is like he's loyal, you know, like unless this kingdom dies, he's not going anywhere, right? Like every one of these other Krakens, besides my boy Makote, who I would love to come to 68. Every other one of the Krakens I know of, like they just go through kingdoms, you know, they'll stay at like 1 KVK 2 or they'll migrate somewhere else. Like there's no, you know, it's kind of like the NBA, right? You have a superstar that's going from team to team, building super teams wherever they go, or you have someone like, say, like Giannis, who's been on the same team since the beginning, and will rather try to attract people there and then build that team. Like I value that a lot, and it's especially rare for a Kraken, you know. MLK, whoa. We're terms of service channel. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You think the Guan buff is good considering he's still usable? I mean, here's what I think a good museum is. Okay. So a good museum makes it where you question whether, like, really question whether you should use that commander in lieu of, say, like a new commander. right? Like it could be like, okay, you're probably still gonna go with a new commander, but at least like makes you question it. I don't think this new Guan buff is gonna make me question it at all. Like I think it's pretty slam dunk. New infantry comes out, and Guan is replaced. Right? Like that buff, that museum doesn't really move the needle. It doesn't make me question it. So I think it's too weak, or it's not adding stats to the right places. Because even if you did like 5% stats, right? What if I did 5% health and 10% march speed? Right? Okay, all of a sudden, like, I'm a little curious. I would think about it a little bit. I probably would still go with the new Imp, right? But 5% attack and 10% defense, like, I literally like breeze right through that without even questioning. So yeah. Panda, my head is so shiny. Yeah, I think I just shaved it 2 days ago, maybe. There's also a light in the background. It's probably hitting it at the right spot, you know. It's oh, I got rid of it. I had a Krillin shiny head emoji, but here we go. Master Roshi. You sent a screenshot in game? I'll take a look at it after I finish this, Branson. SpongeBob, my eyes. Do I have my gamer dent? What's a gamer dent? Like a dent on the side of my head or something? From wearing the headphones? Is that a thing? These are pretty loose. These headphones are really old too. No, I don't wear headphones that often. I don't think I'll get them. Like I pretty much only wear them when I stream. You know, and like I don't stream that often. So yeah. The gamer dent. It's crazy. All right. Let's actually. I'm sorry. I've just been dicking around talking and doing these forts. I haven't even been actually messing around with my farms. Yeah, I think Guan's gone. I don't think the what is this? GT or CUDA. See, like even like this ratio, right? This is this shit does not happen at the end game, right? Like you even see like these like like even Osno, like you look at all of them, some of them are even trading negative, right? But this is like a 7-1. This is just straight up bullying there. You know, good for him. It's crazy, but I mean, I wonder what Nephisto's ratio was, right? You guys know Nephisto? He never even made it to the end game. So let's see if this guy makes it to the end game. You just eating T4? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's definitely impressive. Like, it's definitely impressive, right? But it's like, that to me is kind of like if you show me, hey, check out this NBA player, like, playing in some, like, high school basketball league and, like, averaging 70 a game or something. Right? I'm like, yeah, it's, like, awesome. But, yeah, you have to take into the context of competition, all right? It's like, okay, well, let's see what happens when he starts playing pro players. He's probably gonna do awesome, but that's what that's the analogy I would give him. Ekram? Thoughts on Ekram? No comments. No comment on Ekram. You know him personally, and it's more impressive. He has no pilots. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, think about it this way, right? If you have a pilot, like literally just one pilot, and they're playing a decent amount, you're playing half the time that someone that doesn't have a pilot is playing. Never mind if you have multiple pilots. Anyone that doesn't use a pilot, uh, like they're grinding. Like they don't use a pilot and they're producing a lot. Like it's a grind. Actually, wait, I'm gonna do that. MLK, he has pilots. What do you mean? Well, Bramson says he knows him personally, so either Bramson is being lied to or Bramson would know better, I would think. I don't know. But I will say this about Ekram. Like there's no good reason to push 2 bill besides being the first person to do it and then making a name for yourself, right? Like kind of like what another reason, like I sound like a Makote fanboy. I know nothing about like his soccer prowess or anything, but like if you look at Makote, the amount of troops he kills per KVK versus like how high he actually trains his power, he doesn't actually get his power like out of control, even though he can. I don't know why he doesn't actually, but the amount of troops he's killing is more than a lot of these players that are like around 1 billion or more. Like he's just out there like killing troops left and right, and to me that's a lot more impressive. Uh, like I don't know. I really like the way he goes about things. I would, if I could pick one Kraken besides Peacemaker that I want in my kingdom, it would be Makote. And what's the highest power he's ever gotten? It's not a bill. Can he push 2 bill? He could easily push 2 bill. He just doesn't do it. And yeah, I appreciate that. MLK and Bramson, you guys are gonna have to duke it out. Makote is a world-class footballer. Be careful, Snorlax. Last time, someone called him a world-class footballer in my stream, and then someone else got offended and said he's not world-class, and then like an argument ensued in chat over like what's world-class or not. I know he plays soccer. I just don't like it. I'm not a Makote fan because it's soccer. I'm a Makote fan because I'm a fan of how he goes about this game. That's what I'm saying. But I will tell you this, okay? Out of the people, YouTubers that that I play with, I could tell you who doesn't use pilots. Plato doesn't use pilots. Big Kane doesn't use pilots. Only Farmer doesn't use pilots. Chisgul doesn't use pilots. I'm not saying the other ones do. It's just these are the ones I've actually played with. and like I know they don't use pilots. I don't use pilots. On a scale 1 to 10, how much do you think Lilith was joking about Leo's buff and it will definitely change? I mean, if you put it that way, I'll give it like a 10 is like it's definitely a joke, and 1 is it's not. I'll give it a 1.5 just because maybe there's a very, very small, minute chance, but I think that's a museum, dude. Because there's been enough other museums that just kind of suck that doesn't make much sense that they release that I don't see it, you know. And also, even if Leonidas' buff is like 4 times better, his kit is so off compared to what the meta is now. Like, he's still not usable. Like, you literally need to rework his kit to make him usable. Or else you have to give like a disproportionately big museum boost. That's probably like twice as good as anyone else's so far, just to make people even question it. And even then, they still might not use him. So, yeah, I don't think it's a joke. Oh, Sarah, what's up, man? First time in my stream, I think? Or first time commenting. Oh, wait, actually, I can try to re-roll a armament. I have 1 roll. Let's see how that goes. If I care about game ratings, he is top 20 in the world for his position. I mean, sure. You know, but like that literally doesn't change my opinion about him at all. It's like if you tell me like some like NBA player is like one of the top players in the world at his position, I'm like, oh, that's cool. But you know, if we're talking about how that player is in Rock, I'm just telling you from the outside, like obviously he has a lot of money, right? And then kind of how he goes about his business. That guy could go anywhere he wants. Anywhere he wants. And since I started following like playing the game, so I've had 2 years now, and obviously he's been playing a lot longer. This guy has just been in 1846 the whole time. 1846 is downsized dramatically. A few months ago, there was even rumors that that kingdom is just going to fall apart, right? And he's still there. So, like, it gives me like Peacemaker vibes. Like he's just gonna, he's, you know, their king. 1846 is king. Who is 1846's king? Maybe I'm confusing with another kingdom, right? But like the leadership structure in that kingdom, like the amount of alliances has like gone through a lot of changes, and he's still there, and that means something. You know, like you get someone like that in your kingdom. Like, could you imagine him and Peacemaker are in your kingdom, and you know they're always going to be there? Like the amount of recruiting you could do, the stability you have as a kingdom, yeah, that's invaluable. You know, like all these other Krakens that are like hop from kingdom to kingdom, it's like a short-term rental. Like they'll produce a lot for that KVK, but it's literally a short-term rental. All right, what's I gonna? Oh yeah, let's do this. Wait. I'm literally rolling siege armaments. All right. And I get lucky. Right now it's a triple stat infantry. Just one good siege stat. One good. Actually, yeah, raw ability. Yeah. It's raw disability. I thought it was raw ability. All right, 1 siege stat or all damage, please. Please. This is my 4th roll of this, and I haven't gotten 1 siege stat in 4 rolls, and that's like not locking any. Kind of unlucky. Raw disability. Oh, it was Laguna. Yeah. For some reason, I almost confused a Laguna with 1093, but Laguna is 1846. That's alright. Raw disability. That'll be a funny name. All right. Dude, what are these? Yeah. Ah, Makote. How can we recruit Makote to 2268? 1846 will literally have to die. And even then, he'll probably go somewhere else. Is it that hard to find a huge spender that just wants to stick it out, build something, you know, help it retool? Like I feel like it shouldn't be that shouldn't be that hard, but it's almost like finding a unicorn in this game. Merge with 1846. There was a rumor a while ago that Makote was going to 960. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, right? Because every offseason there's a rumor that Peacemaker is going to go somewhere. Like every offseason, like people just start shit. You know, I'm new in migration now. I know what's going on with my migration. I've been in this kingdom for what 3-4 months now, 3+ months. Like the amount of rumors going around that just aren't true. Even about 68 is like crazy. So I don't believe shit as far as rumors going around about any player doing anything. Until I see it, I don't believe it. Ooh, VIP 11. Merge of 1846. Merge of 1846 just to play with Makote. Fear, what's up, man? How's it going? Peace told you that he never migrate. Did you ask him or something? Yeah, like, okay, let me tell you guys right now, okay? There is 0 chance Peacemaker will migrate if this kingdom doesn't die. Now, if the leadership in this kingdom completely quits the game, maybe. But honestly, I think he will probably just quit before he migrates. Like if you think like a KVK loss or some negative like rumor or news out there is gonna make him migrate, like you just you know you just don't you just don't know the dynamic. Oh, you guys are in 32-32. Yeah. Slave Maker is now in 68. You help the R5 run scans, war stuff, and use your farms to pop king buffs. That's super valuable, man. Like an unsung hero there. You wonder if Makote is the real Marquinhos? I think it's been confirmed multiple times that it is. Like I don't think there's really a question with that. There's like articles and shit written about it, so I don't see why not, right? You're the Arkman. Yeah, man, it sounds like Snorlax. Sounds like you're the glue that helps the kingdom run. Super valuable. They got screwed by our KVK. Oh, they were supposed to leave after KVK 3. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. One man's loss is another man's gain. That's kind of how it works. Ryzen, what's up, man? How's it going? What is a good open field formation besides arch and wedge? Honestly, I feel like hollow square is very interesting, but it gets almost like no attention, right? Because a lot of the hollow square inscriptions like carry over to like real good like open fielding, I feel like. But it is specific, right? Because it is like kind of center on shields and some healing. The problem isn't so much like, oh, you get 5% march speed from triple line or anything. It's that when you get to the special inscriptions, like at the highest level, if it's not usable, right? If it's not usable, then that really caps the upside. So like if you look at a hollow square, right? Skill damage and resistance, that's really good. That's really good. But what is the second part? You literally need a shield for this to be useful, right? So unless you're doing some kind of infantry that has a shield, which there's none right now, hollow square is actually out of the picture. Triple line's the same thing. Like enmeshed, active skills reduces the march speed of the current target by 20% for 5 seconds. Like that sucks. It's done. You can't use it. Right? But is the march speed pretty good? Yeah, but like when the highest thing you can get is kind of unusable for you, like that's terrible. Like this is awesome. This triple line winged, 10% march speed, like just built in on a inscription is amazing. Right? This one, yeah, like this is, you compare this unassailed, like 50% march speed for 10 seconds after leaving a building, versus what, like Intrepid? Is that Intrepid? Or like Intrepid, 10% boosted skill damage dealt, right? The higher end, that's like Wedge and Arch are the two best. And I think Wedge is a little better than Arch, unless you're using Smite, and you're kind of boxed in Arch. But I do think Hollow Square will be the third best. It's just, there's enough stuff that's not relevant where, you know, it takes it out of the running. Or else, like, taking 2% less damage is probably better than, actually not probably, I think taking 2% less damage is better than a 5% skill damage increase. It's better than a 5% march speed. It's better than a 5% normal attack increase. So yeah. Farmer, what's up? How's it going? Only farmers here? Alright, now my stream is complete. V formation? Dude, V formation. For all the times you get a triple siege and you're like, what the hell? Like, it's so hard to actually get siege stats when you want it. You know? Bubonical? What's up, Bubonical? What am I doing here? Farmer has like more fans in my stream than people that actually like me. Farmer, you're so popular. You just pop in my stream and take over instantly. Kind of boring right now. We should do a game night. I mean, just play Among Us now or something. Let's see. All right. Armor's probably gonna stream later, right? I feel like you stream like almost every day now. Oh my god, am I still on my main farm? I'm going so slow. I actually do all the travels on my main farm too, which takes a lot more time. You got some triple siege, but is it for V formation? Because if it's not, it's kind of useless. What is this? Stagger formation? I guess I'll save it. Whatever. My worst nightmare is pulling a special inscription on my farm on stream. I don't know what my reaction would be. Let's please, let's hope that doesn't happen. Please don't let a special inscription show up on my farm on stream. What should you invest your more than gems into? So you're freshly VIP 15. Should you do VIP materials or just normal VIP? I think you should do materials. I think you should do materials. If you're new to VIP 15, you definitely have a materials bottleneck. You know, and honestly, VIP 16 is okay, but the next big jump is VIP 17 when you get a 5% all damage. So yeah. Smurf, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate it. Oh, that's why you don't travel on your farms? Yeah, I mean, that would be terrible. If I put a special inscription on my farm on stream. Oh, man. I actually don't know how I would react. Like, I don't even think anger would be the word to describe it. It's just like, it's more like what the, like, WTF, you know? All right. Is that a handpan? Hey, Bubonico, I'm actually surprised you know what a handpan sounds like, and it is. And the reason why I have it was because one of my first goals is, from streaming is to actually be able to buy my girlfriend a handpan. And a handpan, at least the one she wants, is like $2,500. So Farmer has a PC fund. I actually have a handpan fund. Oops. Yes, it is a handpan. And if you ever have trouble sleeping at night, go look up a handpan, and it'll put you to sleep. Like any handpan is relaxing. You have more double inscription on your KVK2 account than your main. Yeah, I mean it's brutal. It's like that sucks. Oh, there you go. You usually listen to solo handpan music while you sleep. Yeah, handpan is like just, I don't know, it's just a very soothing, peaceful sound. Show the fun progress. I'm not even really tracking it. You know, I think I'll just get to a point where this channel is generating enough like month-to-month income. You know, I'll just probably buy it. Genie will max it for me. Smurf. For KVK, you will use 3V formation. The third march is Scipio Alex, using a dagger and drum to support Margaret Cordoba and God, Jamada, and Babur. I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should not use non-range commanders for range. It doesn't work. KVK2, you feel like only Alex is worth it? Yeah. You've been testing the 3V formation in KVK2 on your ult, and you love the 3 march range hitting the enemy. I don't know what kind of testing, Smurf, you're doing, but that's not going to cut it at the end game. I don't even think it should be cutting it at KVK2 unless your technology and your equipment just so far ahead of other people. Genie just buying Mountain Warfare for other people? Damn. Genie needs to come to 2268 then. Maybe one day. Makote. Sound like a Makote fanboy or something. Thoughts on the YSG relic? Okay, so I think like based on what I saw, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be 1,800 relic coins to get 7% more skill damage. Um, I think it's worth it. It just but just the way they're doing these relics now, essentially you can only pick like one or two commanders to work on with your relic, right? So for now, like all the other relics I can't work on, like I'm literally just gonna only upgrade Alex or YSG with my relic because I just don't get enough relic coins without spending a shit ton of money to get enough relic to keep up with the other relic updates, right? What's really good with YSG, he's kind of gotten a revival just because there's so many more artifact KVKs now. So then you can switch to secondary commander, right? And infantry and cavalry, cavalry have a shortage of AoE, but also infantry have a shortage of commanders that really boost or increase skill damage. YSG as a commander with a museum, right? Like you're getting 62% skill damage increase with that triple museum. It's ridiculous. So I would say 3-4 months ago, I would recommend not investing in YSG. I would say for very active players, even at a low spend or higher level, I think YSG you should invest in them because you can make him a really good secondary in artifact KVKs. He is good enough now to just be a secondary to Herman, and that March would do really well. Like a Herman YSG, March does really well, and I think he'll actually be around longer than people think. You know, I mean, what are they gonna eventually give him a fourth museum? I don't know. But like he does surprisingly well pairing with Herman. Like I was very happy using that March for a huge chunk of the KVK. And then if he's viable with Herman, then I can run CL with Boudica. And then honestly, when the new Archer comes out, right, it's probably going to be after this next infantry cycle. So maybe like you have like what 4 months. Right, who's going to get replaced? Is it going to be YSG or is it going to be Boudica? You don't have Asher, right? And I think it's like I would most likely be replacing Boudica and not YSG with this next Archer cycle, personally. Oh, Genie did it against you? Leopard used to max tech for a few people in 960. That's crazy, dude. As a newer player, you don't know how you'll ever get the 1,800 coins. Yeah, so you just kind of have to pick, right? So if you're a newer player, Kyle, it's to me it's either YSG or Alex. Maybe you can make a case for Mina or McMahon. I don't think so. And you could just pick one commander. Like if you're gonna be a newer player, you don't want to like kind of half-ass it, right? You just want to get one player's museum, well, one commander's museum maxed, and then probably skip the other commander, right? Like, for example, like if I had Asher Benderpaul, I probably wouldn't be using YSG. Right? If I was only running one Archer March, I wouldn't be using YSG. So there's ways around it. You did the coaching with me, Kyle? What's the end game name though? I think if you tell me the end game name. Will Joan, LC, Charles, Herman, YSG. Yeah. All right. Oh yeah. I remember you. If you're going to KVK 4, biggest, I don't know what you have right now, but biggest upgrade, if you're talking about Huojong, LC, Martel, and then Herman YSG, LC Alex, LC Scipio, and then the best option is just LC, wait for the new inf, and then decide from there. Like, you want to move off of Charles Martel sooner the better. Scipio YSG, yeah, Scipio YSG actually does really well. Especially with this new museum, it would even better, right? That's actually a really good march, even without an artifact KVK. You're in the off season in KVK 3. How do you earn the museum coins? So once a museum opens, the easiest way to earn it is just like when you do these daily quests, right? At the 20 you get 15 relic coins, and at the 100 you get 5. So you get 20 a day, right? If you're not doing this, everything else you have to buy, which to me is kind of like a dick move by Lilith, because they actually gave a lot more ways to get relic coins before, and there was a lot less relic commanders, and now they're like coming out with relics all over the place, and they're essentially taking away all the ways to get relic for free, or at least at a reasonable spending level. And now you have to spend a lot to get these relic coins, which honestly I don't think is really worth it. I don't complain a lot about what they do, because like I could kind of see why the decision making process, but this the way they are doing the relic specifically to me is not a win-win for everyone. It's almost like a money grab. It's like a money grab that doesn't make people feel good, and they could have easily remedied this in another way. You know, like I don't really have a problem with Crystal Tech. Like if I had a problem, let's see, let me put it this way. My problem with how they're doing the museum right now, with how quickly they were releasing the museum and how expensive they're making it to get museum, it's like it's probably 1/100th of my problem with the Crystal Tech system. This is probably the thing they're doing out of all the things they're doing that bothers me the most. Like they could easily make it a win-win for everyone, right? Where people are celebrating when the museums will come out, and the way they're doing it now, it's only going to be a matter of time. It's already happening, where people are just really going to get like more and more upset because they're releasing these relics like really fast, and they're not giving people a chance to really actually catch up and have enough relic coins to be excited about relics coming out. You know, like I just poor understanding of it's essentially like player psychology to me. Biggest update is Crystal Tech. I'm not sure what was updated there. Snorlax, yeah, you get like an initial quest line, right? Kind of like Lucerne Scrolls to get relic coins, and I think it's enough probably to be able to have you max like a double relic system, maybe not even a triple for the ones that have triples out there. But that's it, you know. But there's way too many relics out there, like way too many museums out there. Out of health, rage, smart speed, skill damage, what will be the top focus? Top to focus on for ZL Herman? That's like a really random question. Ideally for ZL Herman, I would like to get that March 10% more March speed from somewhere. After that, that March boosts skill damage by 40%, right? I think you get 20 each from each commander. I would say 10% March speed. And then from there, all those other ones, I can make a case for any of them. You need 310 gold heads to expertise LC and 310 to get Herman to 5551. You only got 260 gold heads and 1 month to KVK 4, and you still can't buy Sip and Dailies. You didn't go for Alex. Herman is a must invest for your KD. So I would say personally, I would expertise LC first. Like, his expertise is the best in the game. He's the best commander of the game. You should get that done first, if it was me. Herman 5551 is enough for like the force skill and the expertise. Like, they're okay, you know. Like, eventually you want to expertise any commander you're using, but Herman was good enough at 5551 for a while. Even if most players have the museum, they don't have crystal tech, they're meaningless on the field. Best thing to upgrade your account is buying crystal tech. Yeah, I mean, it makes what like free to plays do a lot more impressive, because you do have a huge advantage from going far into crystal tech over someone who doesn't. Right. Finally on farm 2, Jesus. If Herman Tommy has a solid March, I've never actually used it, but I've seen Seawell recommend that. If you're running 3 archers, he actually recommends you do Herman Tommy. So, and he's like the archer guy, right? So I would say yes, it's solid. But I feel like you almost like if you're gonna run Tommy now, if you don't have her museum, like her museum is really good. I really like Tommy's museum. I think you get health and march speed for archers, right? Like, damn, why can't that be on YSG? It'll be slow to replace Charles Martel. Yeah, maybe, but if you expertise Luce, you run that with Charles Martel, and it's still going to do really well. Oh god, Bicane is here with an eggplant. Bicane, why don't you take a guess? What do you think the new infantry commander is going to be? Smurfs. You siege and unsiege ranged units, like you say doing SC2 for Liberator and tank lines. I have no idea what that is, Smurf. Oh shit, look at that. Hey, that's exactly what I said. I think it's going to be single target, and then I think if you give me the choice, I think it's going to be skill damage. You know, and I think it'll be a commander that's like similar level to Belisarius Prime. Maybe even a little worse. The rally one, I don't know. I don't have a guess there. You know, I'll let the rally garrison people figure that out. But the open field, yeah, I think single target. Like, I would say I'm like 75% confident single target, and then probably like 55% leaning towards skill damage for the new imp. I think people are going to be pissed about the new imp. You might get like a 2500 damage factor, right? 2500 damage factor, maybe like a 10% skill damage increase. Single target commander. Also interested in this new talent or skill they're talking about. Like, is it going to be a new tree that comes out? Maybe we'll get a smite tree. I don't know. Conquering Inf mobility for the rally one. Lizard Jesus likes single target commanders. Lizard Jesus likes very unconventional things. Matt, yeah, thanks for catching the live stream, man. Appreciate it. If you guys haven't yet, please like the video. Maybe subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I literally can't tell how many people I've liked. On my screen, it's showing 4. I hope it's more than 4. That's the cycle they're on now. It's really underwhelming. Yeah. Does the cycle start with Cav or does it start with? It starts with Cav, right? Yeah, I don't know. Herman was good. I think I would put Herman slightly above ZL if you just gave me the choice of one or the other. And then Belisarius is just, you know, probably 3rd out of the Cavs. I think the infantry commander. I feel like they almost have to make him worse than Scipio, but better than Guan, somewhere in between there. If it's going to be single target, it better be Smite still. Bubonico, I already see it. You're going to be one of those people that are outraged by this new infantry commander. You were hoping the new commander was epic range unit. You need 3 marches to siege. I think you'll get it soon. I think you'll get a epic range soon. I don't know, man. I hope they put a cap on how many range marches you can run. Like, I think allowing people to run 7 range marches. Well, you have to have 7 range commanders, but I don't know. That would be real annoying and stupid. Because if you can like have 7 range marches now and you're all targeting the same thing from far, like, I don't know. Also, Smurf, if you're a big range fan, definitely keep an eye on this 1960 KVK, because all their players are encouraged, and I talked to some, right, to at least have 1 range march. So I think you're going to start seeing some strategies, like on a way bigger scale, incorporating range from 1960 in this KVK. I think it'll be real interesting, you know. You think it's going to be a new tree? They can't just have attack for all Smite commanders to the end of time? Yeah, maybe. Or maybe they're reworking like the skill tree, the support tree. So there's some counter against Smite damage. I don't know. KP, you have like 17. Oh, you have 17 likes on your screen. 17 likes? I guess it's better than 4. But I feel like it's still kind of low. Please like the video. It shows 1 like on your screen. Bubonico's already angry. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube doesn't update in real time. If the new infantry commander is a single target Smite, Guan might come back as a potential rally. I don't know about that, dude. I think Guan is cooked, dude. Epic range would be cool. You don't remember infantry ever being a rally meta? I mean, it feels like right now, you can make a case that Gorgo or Luce is actually popping in a lot of the rally metas, you know? Big Kane unliked a video. Oh my god. Don't follow Big Kane. There's no good choke points for range? No, you don't need a choke point for range. It's already good enough. Bakal Herald was a infantry rally meta, was it? I don't know. That was before my time. Kyle, I have a question with the new relic on YSG and Herman. YSG being pretty good. When would you move into ZL? If you have Herman YSG, I wouldn't move into ZL until I know what the next Archer Commander does, because you're like 4 months away, right? Like it's at this point, I think you're close enough where it's worth it just to wait. Yeah, I wouldn't bench YSG right now. If you have Herman YSG, especially with that museum, I wouldn't go into ZL right now. I would actually see what the new Archer is. If Lilith releases a rally smite commander for Inf, and we end up with some Gorgo new commander, you're gonna be so sad. Aren't you an infantry rally garrison player? Kane is an infantry rally garrison player, and even he doesn't want a new smite commander to make the game too broken. Yeah, that's what that's actually the thing. Like it's real interesting to see like someone that just like you know, like a cavalry gain or archer. It's like they don't even care about the balance of the game. They just want their troop type to be overly strong. But like if it's way too strong, the game actually would be broken, or wouldn't be fun. You know, you need it to be balanced. Was Pakal Herald seriously before your time? I mean, I started playing a little less than 2 years ago. ZO having no smart speed really changed how you see him? Yeah, it's actually real frustrating playing a slower commander. Like, if you have ZL Boudica, but you don't have like other ways to really increase your march speed, that march feels slow, right? And when it feels slow, it might be psychological, but I feel like the reports also show it. You don't hit the targets as well that you should be hitting. You can't get away as well as you should be, especially archers now with the new dot mode. Like, they get targeted like crazy, right? So, like, ZL is so good, but that lack of march speed without a faster commander to pair him with, or like ways to generate a lot of march speed, it's really, really noticeable. Which is why I think Herman, I would take Herman above ZL, right? Even though it's 3 target AoE, I think Herman's a little bit more complete. And also, once you get the poison sacks going, it's very, very powerful. Yeah, see, Kane has a balance of the game in mind. You know, let's see. If ZL Herman was a cab combo, yeah. Oh, for sure. Right? 2 AoE commanders like that with a 40% skill damage increase, the amount of utility they bring, right? Like, I think it would still trade worse than LC, Alex, Gorgo, or Scipio. But you give it that much more march speed, like, that is instantly the best march in the game, in my opinion. Which is why it's a good thing that they're not cabs. You know, like, cabs need to be nerfed. The march speed advantage is a huge advantage, like, built into that troop type. You shouldn't have commanders that are also stronger than the other troop types. Like, it's just like, that's also a lack of balance. KP, just hit SOC. You want to work on an Archer March? Should I invest in ZL? We'll just save and run your Infantry March until the next Archer release. So you just hit KVK 4. Yeah, a lot of it depends on what you're running right now. Like, do you already have Archer gear crafted? Do you have an Archer Marcher running right now? Like, you have nothing, right? Like, if you have nothing, that's different than if you already kind of have something, you know? So, yeah. Ace, how many farms do I have? I have 8 farms. I kind of wish I just had 1, but the way this game is now, you need more farms. And then when I'm trying to read chat and do this, it's extra slow. Matt, ZL is probably the safest single investment for Archer March for the next Archer release. So yeah, I would actually say Herman is safer. Because let's just imagine the next Archer comes out and that Archer doesn't have March speed, right? You can't pair him with ZL. If you pair the new Archer, even if it's like really good and they both don't have March speed, that March is borderline unusable with how slow it is. So Herman already has a 15% March speed built in. ZL and Herman both increase skill damage by 20%. Right? Herman has AoE. Herman has some defensive capabilities. Herman has a really good poison debuff. Right? Like I actually think Herman is safer than ZL just because of the March speed. And also, like if you have to run Herman primary, right, you get 5% more March speed from the support tree than you will get from the skill tree. So I would actually think Herman is safer if you're keeping like the next Archer in mind, like without knowing whether the next Archer provides March speed or not. KP, you just have Gorgo LC and then an Arch, and for Archer equipment, you got a full Epic set. You have no Archer commander right now. KP, I would slowly work on Herman on the side. Well, like he's actually more than viable even at 5511. And then he'll probably pair well with the new Archer commander. Debunking, you log into 10 farms at once. You see some people just use a flag on ZL Herman? Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea. KP, you're thinking about saving. I mean, yeah, like there's no point to really invest in Herman if you're not gonna run an Archer March, right? Like, cause if you're not gonna invest in Archer, what are you looking at for like a secondary to Herman or ZL? Like what, Ethelfled? Like Ethelfled, probably that's it. Like you can't even run McMed with it, right? Oh, you don't do cannon on your farm? I do cannon on all my farms, dude. Just click through it real quick. It's like kind of mindless. Wait, have I done none of this yet? Yeah, I did it. Okay. Okay, I'll send this out. Usually, if I'm not on stream and I'm just kind of running through my farms, it takes me about 30 minutes to do the 8 farms. On stream, I feel like I'm going like a fourth the speed. And I just do it once or twice a day at most. You know, I don't think I have the capacity to do that longer without getting really, really burnt out. Whoa. Okay. I literally only finished 2 farms right now. Oh my god, it's taking so long. If new marchers have March speed, if the new archers have March speed, new archer with Herman would be meta. I mean, not really, right? If the new, let's just say all right, Kyle, see you later, man. If the new archer has like 15% March speed, like it would be really fast pairing it with Herman, but also you could pair that new archer with ZL too, right? So it actually, the March speed makes a huge difference as far as what the best archer pair is going to be. Makes a huge, yeah, like that's probably the biggest determining factor on what the next best archer march is going to be, is whether the new archer has march speed. You do 1 Kenyan battle a day on your farms. The next archer has to be 3 target AoE minimum. Yeah, I'm pretty I'm more confident like archers are always going to be AoE. I think that's the route they're going because think of how much they're targeted, right? And they're like just considered squishier, so they have to have something. So I think they're going to have the most skill damage increase, and I think they're you're probably always going to be able to put like a double AoE out there now. Jesus. Whereas oh my god. Whereas like I think the infantry commander, I think you're gonna see a single target infantry commander next. Dude. How am I so low on stone? Oh my god. This is all from upgrading with the alliance mobilization. I'm broke. If you place a limit on the number of range a person can run, would you want Lilith to limit it to 2 or is 3 okay? Personally, I would like for them to limit it to 1. But if it's between 2 and 3, I would say 2. Like, if even like 10% of the people are using Siege and they're running 3 Siege marches, that's just way too many out there, you know? I don't know. I don't think it'll be fun. And this is someone that actually likes Siege and has a Siege March. You hope the next infantry has a single skill so you can recover from the Asher belly investment. But what if it's a single skill commander and it's still better, like noticeably better than Guan? You just gonna skip it? Which is why, like, anyone that's like advocating that you should. Let me turn this up real quick. Anyone that's advocating that you should just like main a troop type, it's like, dude, what if your troop type gets like a Sargon, right? Or you're like looking forward to this commander, and then you get like a Belly Prime, which is actually, you know, I actually like Belly Prime, but then you literally have to wait like another 10, 11 months until you get another commander, and then you're maining that troop type. It's just, the risk of missing out is way too high. You know, I don't know. I think you should go 1-1-1, like one of each. It's like it's the best way to make sure you're in the meta, like where your output. You don't see a single skill being better than a 3 target skill silence. Well, the problem with Guan is I don't think he increases skill damage, right? He has no tankiness. He has like what, 10% march speed, 10 or 15%. Like there's too many holes in what he does. So let's say we have a 2500 damage factor single target commander, right? That brings 20% march speed. Like let's say it's kind of like Nevsky, right? 20% health, 20% attack. 20% defense. That also increases skill damage by like 30%. Right, and he has no like utility, so he doesn't have like a good debuff, but it's just like a straight, almost like a Nevsky clone. I would take that over Guan any day and pair it with Scipio, like any day, and that's like noticeably better. Right. I don't think it's unreasonable to think a single target infantry commander, skill damage commander, has like a 2500 damage factor, right? If you use Lu Alex as your only march, is Twilight worth using? No. I honestly don't think Twilight Falls is worth using if you have uh, Luce in your march, especially if you're running 2 infantry marches, because you're like, not only does one of your marches not benefit, not you know, even if you're running like Scipio or Alex with Luce, like half of that march isn't benefiting from Twilight Falls, but then you're losing 10% attack. Like it I don't know. Twilight Fall, that's why I skipped Twilight Falls, like what, 2-3 KBKs in a row now, specifically because of Lucha, or else I would have gotten a long time ago. Next archer might be Kusunoki Prime. Yeah, who knows, man. I mean, it's hypothetical that the new commander is better than Guan Yu. Yeah, we have to see it. But I'm just saying, like, if you have a commander that's kind of like Nevsky, just like a tanky, single target, skill damage increase commander, like that, I would take over Guan any day. Norismos, as a free-to-play, you run 2 Archer, 2 Inf. As it's hard to max Crystal Tech for all types. Alright. 2 Archer and 2 Imp? Wow. I don't think I've ever seen someone run 4 marches and decided to skip out on Cavs. That's actually a first that I've seen. Kane, as long as a single target march is an amplifier, they can do great, yeah. Like I said in a video, I think you need at least 2 of the 3, right, for a commander. Just because, like, if you don't bring 2 of these 3, there's too many holes in the march. It's really hard to fill that. It's really hard to compensate for that with the second commander, right? But skill damage increase, AoE, and march speed. Like, you need at least 2 of the 3 from a commander, or else the march is usually going to have some like serious like weaknesses that really hold it back. Even such a stack commander might be weaker than Scipio Luchet. Probably. I have to think about it. If you have like a Nevsky-like commander, would that be that? Well, if you have a Nevsky-like commander, the skill damage increase wouldn't benefit Luchet, right? Like that would just go with it would just be like Luchet Alex, and then you'll run that new commander with Scipio. That's how I would do it. One racist factor to account for is that the next release doesn't seem to feature a Chinese one. So you think they're gonna make freaking Vic Kane? That's what she said. So they're gonna make him kind of weak. I'm trying to think of a Chinese commander that has flopped. Let's see. Maybe. I mean, it's a Chinese company, right? They can do whatever they want. Genghis Khan, I guess he was good at the time, right? But let's see, what is a Attila one? I don't know about that, Matt. So if you think about, okay, you think about from Nevsky on, right? When Nevsky came out, Nevsky was the best commander of the game for a while, right? And then you had Scipio come out. Both of those were like best, or at least the very, very like highest tier. Then you had Boudica. I don't know if the order is. It's those are all in the same generation, right? Boudica was like a step below, but still broken, really, really good, right? And then you started getting the Sargon, which is a bust. Joan was and is, I think, probably the best Cav commander, not Chinese. ZL is really good. HQ is good, but not game breaking, right? And then Luce is, I think, the best commander of the game. He's Chinese. Huo is Chinese, like, right? Like, I don't know. Herman's really good. Like, I don't know about that, man. Chinese commanders are always OP. How to unlock Gaja Mata if you haven't unlocked him from an event? Wasn't Gaja Mata an MGE commander? King Arthur? All Chinese commanders are OP. Do not imply that non-Chinese are OP, non-OP. I mean, unrelated axioms. Okay, well, what about Huo Bing? He's not OP. That's like the most recent one, right? Gajamata, is he an event only? I don't even know how you. Wait, yeah, I don't even know. I decided to skip Gajamata, so do I have him? I do think I have. I do think I have Gajamata on my main. I don't think I'm gonna ever level him up. I only plan on having one Siege March, and I chose Margaret over him. It was really close. I actually thought of Gajamata, but at 5511, I think Margaret is better, and I didn't plan on taking her past 5511. Right, but I'm waiting for Margaret to come out of the dailies, and I'm gonna max her through the dailies. And I did not want to spend gold heads into Gajamata past 5511, so that's why I decided Margaret, and I'm gonna wait for the next engineering commander. Well, is Nevsky tier, which is in a way weak, because if you already have Nevsky, investing 700 gold heads is not worthwhile. But imagine if you don't have Nevsky. Even if I didn't have Nevsky, I don't think Huo is that good. No, like, he just doesn't bring utility. He's single target. Even his skill damage increase. If you look at the what Nevsky does and what Huo does, his is conditional, right? So you actually have to be killing marches to stay in that that like rage requirement reduction, like where you get all the skill damage. Or else he's very like average. Whereas Nevsky, the secondary commander is always going to get 60% skill damage increase, like always. Right? Like Nevsky is just more consistent. He has a debuff. He's tankier. Like I would take Nevsky any day over Huo. I don't even think I would say they're in the same tier, but like it's pretty clear to me who I think is better. If Huo wasn't a Cav commander, he would be considered to be better. Yeah, I think if you had like Huo as like an archer commander, that would be pretty sick. Let's see. Oh my god, Hana has like 76.7 million wood and 1.9 million stone. How am I selling food and stone starve? You sometimes even voluntarily stop fighting with Joan just so that her force skill comes off cooldown. Here's a problem with pairing Joan with Huo. If Joan gets a kill, right, as a secondary, you literally would be wasting like what, like 3 seconds of rage gain. Is it 3 seconds? 2 or 3 seconds of rage gain. Because the secondary commander got the kill, you're going to reset the rage. If Jones' second skill procs off, and that's what gets the kill, you'll literally have like almost a full rage bar that'll get reset because of Huo's like skill. That's not a good pairing. It's you're losing out on too much. I don't care how well you can say like the reports are doing and everything. Like having a commander where every time she fires her second skill, it could actually like just wipe out your rage bar and set that back. It's like silencing yourself, you know. I would much rather have William behind Huo just because one, his damage factor isn't that big. Like you're way more likely to get the kill with Huo, but it's just like synergistically it's way better. Like why would you purposely put Joan behind a commander where when Joan's second skill triggers off, it could actually screw up your whole rage. Like it, even if you got lucky with the rage game, like it's still like, you know, like 6-7 seconds of building rage that you just wipe out and reset because you got to kill over a second skill proc, and that's gonna happen every other active skill turn, right? Like it's, why would you run it like that? And when you already have Nevsky, you could just put it behind Nevsky and not have to worry about that. What is this? Farm 4? God, 4 out of 8. Forever. I don't know what happened to the chat. It was real active earlier, and all of a sudden people just got real quiet. How many farms am I running? I'm running 8 farms. Sometimes I do the stream, especially right off season like this. One, because I have to have something to do on the stream, and I just run through my farms, answer chat. But when I do that, I go way slower going through my farms. You're sorting scans and lurking. Does it trigger, does Huo's Autumn Wind, does it trigger if you kill indirectly by OE or directly as a target? It resets when you get a killing blow. So if you have an AoE, right, you have essentially 3 chances to kill someone. If you hit 3 targets and one of those targets die, it resets. And when it resets, depending on where your rage bar is, sometimes the penalty is minimum and it's worth it, right? So that's why ideally with a Huo pair, you want the primary commander to get the kill. Because when you have the active skill, there's a second of downtime, and the active skill goes off. If the primary commander is getting the kill, in this case it's Huo, then the Autumn Wind is really, really worth it. If it's a secondary commander getting the kill, you can make an argument that like you probably build potentially up to like 400 rage, 440, that you're actually wasting, right? Because then you'll restart, even though you have a lower rage count, it's probably not as good. If Jones' second skill proc is the one that gets the kill, like you're literally wasting a full rage bar for that Autumn Wind, and it's just not worth it. So Snorlax, what's something interesting that you're finding from the scans that you can share with the chat? I don't even know what scan, like what it looks like from a scan. Yeah, so if Hua already has a autumn wind, right? I think there's an 8-second cooldown. I want to say. Let's take a look. It's an 8-second cooldown. Did I go past them? There we go. So when you get the kill, right? The cooldown is 8 seconds. So if you just triggered it and then you launch Jones' second active skill within 8 seconds, like fine. But if it's not, and you get the kill, and then it resets everything. It resets everything. That's very non-synergistic. Just don't do it. You know, don't do it. People go pull up the reports. The good reports are in spite of that anti-synergy. You know. Oops, I just messed that up. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Kingdom scans. That's crazy though. Like, is this some kind of program that's how do these like programs that scan kingdoms work? Oh my god. Kane, yeah, like that's the worst. I literally want to I think it was like on stream last time. I literally want to help them. I want to tell these guys that are cheeseburgering me with Hole as a primary, popping in and out of the city. I'm like, dude, like use anyone else. Like, don't use Hole as your cheeseburger primary. You know, like I don't know. It's crazy. That definitely happens way more than it should. Would it be better for Hua to have a single target as a secondary? So if I had to pick the perfect secondary for Hua, it should be someone who doesn't bring a lot of damage factor, right? But significantly boosts or increases skill damage. So basically, Hua, who has the highest damage factor in the game, can actually increase that damage output even more with his chance to get a kill from the primary. This secondary should be really tanky, and then also ideally offers a really, really good debuff or a buff to the march, right? So if you think about all the commanders out there, the one that probably fits that description the best would be William, besides the fact that he doesn't actually increase skill damage. But even then, like, you know, like when his skill goes off, you get a rage engine and all that stuff. But that will probably be the best secondary to Hua, because this way you can ensure that, you know, most of your kills will probably be from Hua. He would actually he would be tanky, which he's not right now. He gets targeted a lot on the field, and then he kind of this secondary would kind of fill that missing what Hua's missing, which is like a group buff or debuff. Like, he doesn't bring any of that, right? Like, slowing a one target down by 50% march speed is kind of that, I guess. Belly Prime. Yeah, Belly Prime. Belly Prime, if Belly had more tankiness, would be a really, really good secondary, right? Now, as far as it being AoE or not, I think you still would prefer to be AoE, but you just want to make sure like the chances you get in a kill is mostly coming from Hua, right? But if you have Joan, that's not the case. That's gonna just you're way more likely to get a kill from Joan than from Hua, just because you're hitting 3 targets every time, right? Like, and it's like a decent damage factor. You're doing a double skill proc. Something you always wonder is if Joan gets the kill on her first activation, she triggers the fourth and the autumn wind. Does it cancel her fourth? No, it'll still fire her active skill again, Matt. It just you reset the rage, right? So if you look at like the rage bar, when you hit the full rage bar, right, and then the active skills are going off for the secondary commander, the rage bar is still building. Right? If the rage bar is still building, it's not the active skill. Her second active skill should still go off. YSG behind Huo will be disgusting. Matt, it cancels her fourth? You think it cancels it, Kane? It's all combat. It completely restarts from 0. Even barbs won't engage in combat with you again once the expertise triggers, unless you hit them. Wait, I'm missing something. So, okay. It completely starts from 0. Okay, yeah. That's true. No, King's right. Because if you look at this skill right here, I forgot about this. I don't have Huo, so I was thinking about just like any other commander, because the rage is building as Joan's second skill is proccing off. But this one, this is why Huo is so overrated. This one, where's Autumn Wind? Autumn Wind. Where is it? Because it does say something where wait, where is it? Oh, here we go. Resets the rage of this commander's troops, all temporary buffs and debuffs, and the amount of time it has been in combat. So does this actually? It says all temporary buffs and debuffs, but does that actually impact Joan's second skill proc? Would that be considered a buff or debuff? Because once it resets the rage, it'll start building again. Right? I don't know. Mike Latoris. Damn, since when does Andrew Tate play rock? I feel like you're picking out one very specific thing to compare me to Andrew Tate. That's crazy. It makes it where Joan hasn't fired her first active skill. I mean, if you actually messed around with that, you would know more than me. I am considered a Huo hater by a lot of people, even though I say over and over I think he's good. I just think he's overrated. You're a Huo hater? I'm not actually a Huo hater. I just think he's overrated. Like, people will keep like saying he's better than Nevsky. He's not, you know? He's just not better than Nevsky to me. He's better than Justinian. He's better than XY. He's not better than William. I think I forgot to upgrade some of my buildings. I got distracted. I'm going to go back. You're a whole hater too, Jesus. "12" calls Hua the best commander of the game. I'm shocked. 12" calls Hua the best commander of the game. 12" is very, very smart. He's probably the smartest rock content creator. I'm not saying he's the most knowledgeable, but like he's very, very quick. Like he's extremely quick. First, I'm shocked if he actually said that. That would be. I'll just say I'm shocked. I'm shocked if 12" said Hua is the best commander of the game. Like he should know better. Some people swear by Hua being better than Nevsky. Yeah, trust me, dude. Like the one where I cringe too when I hear it's like, oh well, he's better because he's newer. You know, like because he was released a year later than Nevsky or whatever the timing is. Like that is not a justification. Like this, what's better is better. You know, like make a comparison based off the skill descriptions and stats. You know, like not when they were released. That one definitely makes me cringe a little bit when people say he's better just because he's newer. Well, it's great for chaining. He is very good for chaining. His heal is really good for chaining. I agree. But we're talking about open fielding here, right? My video on Hua versus Belly just explains easily why Hua is so bad. Yeah, but Matt, if you go look through the comments, there's lots of people that got triggered by that. You know? Like it's like basic math. You have to even understand the damage factor can be so much lower for AoE, and the average DPS will still be a lot higher than a single target with much higher damage factor. So like Hua's kind of like geared towards like everything is centered around him getting the kill, because if he's a primary, he gets the kill and you reset it. That heal is extremely powerful. It could keep the 7 rate really, really high. You'll get a lot of like he's good. He's really good, but like the 2700 damage factor is worse than a 3 target 1500 damage factor. If the 3 target is actually hitting the target, you know, you can just do the math from a DPS standpoint. Well, has also helped kill Trajan. I think Trajan was never that alive, besides Kenyan. But yeah. Well, it seems kind of very selfish. I mean, I made that comparison, right? Like, if you want to talk about trades, why are people shitting on the Attila March, right? If it's all about the trades and like the Sabun ratio you get, then why are people kind of looking down on Attila? And then what is Hua doing for the group that's that much better than Attila? So, yeah. MS debuff is underrated. What's MS? Oh, March speed? Okay. So, single target 50% March speed reduction, right? Like, I would argue that the utility for Luce isn't even that great. This guy hits 5 targets and give a 40% March speed reduction. 5 targets, 40%. Like, what was 1 target 50%? You know, it's like they're not 5 target 40% or 1 target 50%. Like, which one would you have? Like, by far, right? Like that's pretty weak, man. Like, that's pretty weak. I would take Williams' March speed reduction over Hua's. Williams is what, 3 targets, 30% or 35%? What is it? 30% for 3 targets, on top of all the other stuff he brings, like the rage engine, like the defense for like, and he has an instant proc on top of a 3 target AoE. Like how like make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me how people could objectively, well, one, you have to understand math. Look at this commander and then look at Hua, and then come to the conclusion that Hua is like so much better than William. Like make it make sense to me. I don't understand. I don't know how you could look at this kid, understand math, and somehow think Hua is so much better than William. It's mind blowing to me. Mind blowing. Doesn't Salin have a single target 50%? Is it 50%? He came out 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, that's a real weak like justification for group utility. You know, like it's better than nothing, but it's like let's not pretend like it's making that big of a difference. You have Lucha doing 5 targets, 40%. Horn, ring, or ring, greatest glory for Lucha. Ring, greatest glory. I mean, greatest glory, man. Don't put a horn on Lucha. Okay, so why is Nevsky so good, in my opinion? So Nevsky doesn't, well, one, I do think Nevsky's agent, right? But why is Nevsky better than Hua, in my opinion? I actually think Nevsky is kind of falling out, you know, surprisingly. But why Nevsky's better? Nevsky is way tankier. He's way tankier. Not only does he have a lot more defensive stats, right, but his expertise too. Like you could trigger 30% more health. I think he actually takes less skill damage. Where is it? When surrounded, he's tank. Okay, let me not go through his stats. He's tankier. His skill damage increase is a lot more consistent. It doesn't require Autumn Wind. He has a debuff, right? A defense debuff. You can stack it up to 45% potentially, and then if I have like 5 marches hitting it, every single march is benefiting from the target having less, 45% less defense, which is huge, right? And how much damage you're taking. Like, he's just a more consistent, better version of Hua, and he actually like also has a debuff, right? Now, where you could argue is his damage output by himself is probably a little bit lower. It's probably a little bit lower, right? One, it's 2300 to 2700, but also as a primary commander, he's only gaining what, like 25% skill damage, right? The secondary commander is what gets the biggest increase, right? But like, he's just better in almost every way, other than like his actual damage output by himself. Kane, many times. You feel like you slow a target, they don't get slowed, whether it be Lucha or Hua is active. Yeah, it's actually kind of weird. You know what I really noticed though, Kane? When I slow down someone with the range march, the siege march, it's noticeable because it feels like they're just kind of crawling along, and they're trying to get away, and I'm just getting like free shots in at them as they're trying to get out of my range. Like, it's actually the most noticeable for me when someone gets slowed, and I'm hitting them with a tower. That's really funny. You use the horn ring on Scipio Luce and still seems good, Bubonico. Well, compare that. Well, one, get a reports manager, and then compare it to when you use the ring Greatest Glory, and then compare the two. And I think it'll be really clear that the Greatest Glory is better than the horn. You know, just because it seems good doesn't mean, you know, like there's so many other things that could be making it good. It's like, oh, this guy's in great shape and he eats chocolate bars. That means the chocolate bar is causing that. Like, you know, this. Yeah. Greatest Glory or Horn from the shop? I mean, it depends what you want to put it on, right? Like Greatest Glory is really, really good on Luce. It's the Greatest Glory on Luce is better than the ring on Luce because it's consistent, right? So the wear deals 5% more normal damage on all types. So basically, all your white damage, you're gonna get 2.5% more damage, right? Because half the white damage is normal damage. Well, actually, does counterattack count as normal damage? Regardless, you're going to do either 5% more or 2.5% more if you're not counting counterattack, right? And then your smite damage also just straight up gets 5% more, right? So this is like essentially either 5% more all damage all the time, or a little bit less than 5% more all damage if somehow this isn't a factor counterattack damage, right? Whereas for the ring, 10% chance to crit. So in 10 turns, you have about a 65% chance to get this. But this is very, very random, right? If it's increasing the damage when you're about to fire off your active skill, that's really, really great. If it's firing it off with 2 seconds of white damage, then it's like good, but it's not that great. It's kind of inconsistent. Now, if you have the ability to get both of these on there, right? And then Luce already has a built-in rage engine, like that is the best way to go, right? Whereas when you put in the horn, every 4 times this procs, if this procs with Luce's extra basic attack procs, you're gonna overrage. You're gonna overrage by a lot. Like this 50 rage is pretty much gonna go to waste. So if you give me a horn that's like 75% as effective as it usually is, versus the Greatest Glory, like it's no brainer. It's Greatest Glory for me. You don't have the stats or anything. You just use the horn. Yeah, I would look to put the horn on something else, Bubonico, if you can. Yeah, like if you have nothing and like you only have 1 march and you have a horn, I'm like don't bench the horn. But if you have like another march that could benefit from the horn more, I would put it there. How likely is it that the next Inf will be a good pair with Scipio, even if it's Smite? Kevin, I think Scipio could pair well with any commander that comes out. Like, he literally does every single thing you're looking for. Like, he has everything. He might not have a lot of everything, but he does everything. Like, he's probably the most versatile commander in the game. Him and Herman will probably be second. Like, he just... any commander that comes out, like, he has AoE, he increases skill damage, he has march speed, he has an instant proc, he has a defensive instant proc or a buff, right? He has a debuff to like debuff the health of the enemy. He literally does everything. Like, there's no scenario where a new infantry commander come out, Smite or not, that Scipio won't at least be able to pair decently well with. Does ZL overrage with Crazed Inscription and his expertise? Yes. You have to realize too, it's not just the Inscription and then the expertise, right? Because every one of these trees, right? So if I pull up ZL, I skip them already? I should. It's so much easier on my main. I just kind of know where they are. Here it is. Okay. Oh my god, it's making me summon them. Okay, let me go to. I'm on farm to. Oh yeah, I forgot to upgrade this. I'm the world worst farmer when I'm on stream. Okay. I'll go back to farm 3 after this. I don't think. I mean, I'm sure there's an exception. I don't think you should take Feral Nature in the skill tree. Let's go over this. Okay. So it's not just his expertise. Okay, there's a Rage Engine, and then the Craze Inscription, right? If you go to this tree, okay, this right here, every time you launch a basic attack, you're gaining 9 extra rage, right? So in 10 turns, you're actually getting 90 extra rage over every turn. When you get small rage increases like this over every turn, you're way less likely to over rage, and every point of this rage you're gaining is actually going to be helping you gain rage faster. Right? If you take Feral Nature, first you have to get through 2 points to get 1% defense. Right? Then you need 3 points to get 1.5% attack. Then you can finally get to Feral Nature. Right? For this, though, if you launch a basic attack, right? I think at 5 points you get 100. Is it 100 extra rage? I think so. So I don't even have it in here. I think it's 100 extra rage, 10% chance. Okay, so that means in 10 turns, you have a 65% chance in 1 turn to get 100 extra rage. But if you get that 100 extra rage, you're going to overrage. Like that whole 100 isn't going to benefit you, right? So for Feral Nature, it's not even worth it for you to actually get 5 points. You probably actually want to stop at 3 points, right? So like basically 10% chance to get 60 extra rage. But if you to do that, you literally have to waste 3 points here, 2 points here, just to be able to get to Feral Nature, just to get 3 points, right? And if you think about it, another way to think about it, let's just say you get 5 points here, right? And you get 100 extra rage, and you're going to over rage with this. 10% chance to get 100 extra rage. For 3 points here, in 10 turns, I'm guaranteed to get 90 rage, right? So I'm guaranteed in 10 turns to get 90 rage. Here, 65% chance in 10 turns to get 100 extra rage. This skill is terrible. It's terrible. And I'm not going to name names, but you know, I've said in the past, there's people that love Feral Nature and like hype it up and like, oh, like that's the way to go, full skill tree. I don't see the reason why I should go full skill tree. Like the only time where I feel like you can make a case to go into the full skill tree is with the cav tree, just because the cav tree, the top left side here, like some of these skills, in my opinion, aren't that good. I don't know if it's like worth it, right? So like you can see here, I went full Feral Nature here. Begrudgingly, I don't really like it. It's just comparing going to the top of this tree here. So like getting all these stats filled out or Feral Nature, it's like 50-50, right? I probably honestly would prefer just go full calf tree, but this is like from a while back. I was too lazy to change it. But for an infantry tree and for archer, I don't think you should go Feral Nature at all. Like it makes no sense to me. Like this is terrible. This is terrible value. Just like with the infantry tree, right? Strong of body is straight up better than elite soldiers. Like no matter how you want to like calculate this, right? 2.2% of health every point. This one you're getting 1.5% of stats, and it's 0.5 attack, 0.5 defense, and 0.5 health for 1 point here. Strong of body is just a lot better. So I don't know. That's my rant on Feral Nature. It's so overrated. Full skill tree is just mathematically it's just not good, right? And people hype it up, and then people copycat or just kind of parrot what someone else is saying. And there's a lot of people running around using full skill tree that they probably shouldn't be. If you're doing it for calves, I could see you could make a case for it. but you definitely shouldn't be doing it for infantry or archer. Rejuvenate is only a quarter of the its value on ZL. Just saying, you don't need it on them. Yeah. Yo, Feral Nature, Horn, War Drum, and Crazed. Oh my god, yeah, you definitely don't need that, right? There was a time when we didn't know that the rage cap was 220, where that would actually make sense. If there was no rage cap, Feral Nature is really, like, it becomes way better. But if you have a rage cap, and just like every single turn, like your baseline rage is like 107 or 108 rage, before counting any of these other little things that build up on your rage, right? Like, every time Feral Nature triggers, probably like 40% of it is going to go to waste, depending on which commander you're using and what other talents you have selected. Like, it's not worth it. All right. Snorlax, the cheese? What are you talking about? What's the cheese? What about the 6% March speed and versatility tree for ZL? I haven't looked too far into that. I don't think you could get it right away, right? Because if you can't get it right away and you have to, like... Oh. Listen. We're just arguing numbers here, right? We're just arguing numbers, theory crafting, you know. But depends how much you have to sacrifice to get the 6% March speed. I think it's really important for ZL, but well, we'll take a look. Okay, I literally can't finish my farm. Okay, Hydroblade and XZ are asking the same thing. Okay, so versatility tree. The problem is, like, where is it? This is pretty freaking. Wait, where's his March speed? I'm losing my mind here. Gathering speed. Oh, here we go. Okay. So 1 point, 3 points to get 1.5% health. You literally have to waste 3 points to get gathering speed. And then you get the 6 points. So 1, 4, 7, 9. So for 9 points, you get 0.5% attack, 1.5% health, and 6% March speed. Right? Now, I have to take away 9 points from somewhere. I don't want to take it away from Rejuvenate here. Right? Even though this actually probably... Even this could probably be... I think the... if you do 3 points, you overrage a little bit. If you do 2 points, you're missing out on some rage. Clarity, I think, is a must-get. I would take Clarity for most commanders over Rejuvenate. So if I miss out on 9 points here, right? If I take away 3 points here, like this is really good. I don't want to miss out on Razor Sharp. Whistling Arrow, you can take away a little bit. Another 4 points here, and then I need to miss out on one, like, so I could lose 2% health. Phoenix Tail Arrow, which honestly is, eh. This is like a small instant proc, right? Has a 10% chance to gain a 15% bonus, though. The 1.5% attack, you lose 2% health. And then you get 6% March speed, but you miss this small instant proc. and you're missing the Phoenix Tail Arrow, which, you know, 10% chance to get a 15% all damage boost. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Like, you're missing out on, I think, too much damage for 6% march speed. You know, if this was relevant. Oh wait, I forgot about this. And 0.5% health. If this was relevant, if this was not 15% gathering speed, I think it would be like a pretty slam dunk. Like, if this was like, if this was even like 1.5% health, I would actually probably take it. If this was 1.5% health. But this is gathering speed. I don't know. I think I'll take this. Because, like, depending on when this procs, and what I really like about Whistling Arrows is it increases the damage dealt for 2 seconds, right? So it's not the next turn, because if it's like the next phase, if it's like the next turn, your chances of it firing off during an active skill is way lower. But if you have a chance for it to fire off over the next 2 seconds, you get this damage increase, and it's on an active skill. Like, the amount of damage increase you get is a lot. You know, I don't necessarily love the top of the archer tree, but I don't think I don't think this is worth it. Send me a DM of your archer build. Let's see. Left is superior tools. Okay. Phoenix Aerotail. Yeah. I mean, this is like half a white damage, right? Every time it triggers, essentially your white damage is increased by 50%. You know? Again, every 10 turns, 65% chance for it to at least proc once. Like, is it that good? No, but I don't know. For Whistling Arrow to rejuvenate. Honestly, that's probably a better play. I would probably actually do 2 and rejuvenate here, right? And do 4 Whistling Arrow here. That's probably like a micro optimization. That's definitely, yeah, I would definitely actually take that. You know. I have a skill reset. I have 14. All right, fuck it. Let me just do it on stream here. This thing, like this. Here we go. Look at Matt upgrading my archer march. All right, let's take a look at Big Kane's archer build. Top of the archer tree is half of a ring. Yeah, let's see. Oh, actually, let me guess, Kane. You probably have 1 point in rejuvenate, and you're going to the top of the archer tree, aren't you? Let's take a look and see what Kane is doing. Look at that! I knew it. Look at this guy. That's actually okay. So Kane's build. Actually, that might be better. I haven't really messed around with these for a while, even though I have like opinions on them. Okay, so you're getting 1% more attack here. So 4% more attack. Ooh, but really? You're giving up on 2% health here? Oh, 1% health. And then the rage. So 1% health. And then essentially 2 like rage procs. 2 rage procs, right? Because active skill, 4% more attack, and 1 more on the Whistling Arrow. Actually, I don't think I hate this. Let's see, 1% health only. Okay. You know what? And if you have a ring already and you have ZL's Rage Engine, just take a look, just make sure. Okay, whenever you deal any skill, they deal skill damage. Okay, yeah, because when you deal skill damage, right? So basically, whenever you launch an active skill, you already get 30 rage. Okay, that's actually yeah. Hey, look at that. Should have followed Kane earlier. Amashi, what's up, man? How's it going? Thanks for being a member, man. Amashi is a new one of our newer recruits. Excited to play with him next KBK. Okay, Kane. You know what, Kane? This is actually a really good call. You know what? This is why I listen to you. That's actually better. Yeah. 4% attack or 1% health. Yeah, it's like at that point you got to take the 4% attack. Okay. So I want to come here, right? Let's see. So you skip this. Okay, you do have Burning Blood. I definitely want to get this. 6 points. So 3% attack. Yeah, I don't. So I want 0.5% defense and 1% health. Right? 4% attack. Wait, what am I missing? I'm missing something here. What do you have on here? So you have 2 points here. Okay, so you did get the health here. Oh wait, okay, yeah, you're just missing on this health. Okay. Okay, so you decided to go 4% attack with the 4 points. 4% attack or defense. Oh, that's close. I think this is just like a personal preference once you get to here. Ricardo should get this point here, right? Top. So would I have 3% attack for 1% health and 0.5% defense? At this point, I would actually. I wish it was 1.5% health, but I would actually take the defensive stats here. But it's close. See, I just want to be a little bit different from a Kane, but inspired. Let's see. Show Amashi's account. All right, let's take a look at Amashi here, right? Amashi. This is Amashi. Oh no. He'll have to show off his show us his equipment. This is Amashi. Theory crafting, yeah, man. Theory crafting. I don't know. I'm supposed to be farming, but at this point, I'm so. I think I'm still like I'm supposed to go back to like farm 3 or something. Let's see. .4% attack versus 0.5 defense. It's actually 3% attack and then 0.5 defense and 1% health. ZL's expertise does not proc on the secondary? That's true. Wait. Is it? Are you sure? Let's see. ZL's expertise doesn't proc the secondary commander? Oh yeah, it has to be one of these. It doesn't proc on the secondary commander, but this Marquise is like almost like a second skill, right? So this one, the Marquis effect. So the active skill of either the primary or secondary will trigger the Marquis. And then if you launch it again, it's going to deal direct damage. So this will be every other turn. So basically the primary skill will launch, and then this is like every other active skill you'll launch this. Yeah. So that's like, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Give me money. You're supposed to be chaining? Yeah, I'm supposed to be farming, but look at us. All right, we're just talking theory crafting. Let's see. For all those questioning the no rejuvenate, it's for HL only. There you go. Big Cane. ZL's expertise does proc on the secondary. ZL's okay. The secondary commander's active skill is not going to trigger ZL's rage engine, right? But essentially, what you're saying is every other turn, you're literally going to get that rage engine firing off twice. So one turn it's going to fire off once. The next round it's going to fire off twice. The next round is going to fire off once. The next round is going to fire off twice. Okay. Let's go to 4. I think I already did 4. Farm 5. I mean, it should proc on that. It should proc on that turn, right? I mean, Jesus, I'm just like checking ZL on every one of my farms. Okay. So the Marquis effect is active, right? So on the turn, if it's already active, whenever you use an active skill, it's going to dispel this and deal direct damage to 3 nearby troops. Right, so it'll be that turn. And then whenever you just burning a Xingye, however you pronounce this. No, wait, it's a Marquis skill. You gain 30 rage. So basically on one turn, this will only proc with the active skill. And then on the other turn, it's going to proc with the active skill and this Marquis skill. And it'll proc twice on that, well, not turn. I don't know if that's a way to. Basically, on one skill cycle, it will proc once. The next skill cycle will proc twice. Then the next skill cycle will proc once. The next skill cycle will proc twice. But if you first get into combat with the expertise, you already have this. So it's going to actually proc twice on the first skill cycle. Right? I'm not sure what you guys are arguing. This. Can you trigger it twice in a single round? Yeah, why not? There's no cooldown, right? It's twice. Whenever you deal scale damage with the active skill or the marquee skill, you gain 30 rage. So every other turn, you're going to be triggering this twice. And then the turn where you're not triggering this twice, you're triggering it once with just the active skill. You enter the fight, you gain marquees off the expertise. First skill you trigger. Yeah. Yeah, you'll get it twice. You doubt it? I mean, what do you, I don't understand what you doubt. Like it's right here. Right? If you have the expertise, upon entering combat, you gain the Marquise effect. If you have the Marquise effect, if you already have it, right? You have it when you enter combat, and you contain only archers, which it should. Whenever you launch an active skill, which would be here, you get 30 rage. Whenever you launch an active skill, then you're going to fire this 3-target AoE. I think it's circular too, right? And then you'll get another 30 rage. And then I'm assuming this is similar. I'm assuming this is kind of similar, right? So it's active skill, a second of downtime, then this is going to fire a second of downtime, then the secondary commander is going to fire again, right? And then by the time the secondary commander fires, your rage bar should be pretty close to being full, and then it's going to fire again. So it should, when you enter combat and you launch your active skill, you should get 2 rage buffs. You proc a full rejuvenate on first. I would actually say it's better than a full rejuvenate, because if you get a full rejuvenate for 60, you're going to overrage, right? But if you're getting 30, then the next turn you get 30 again, you're way less likely to waste that rage. And you get nothing on the second. That makes no sense. You get, I think it's 2 on one turn, one skill cycle, then 1 on the next skill cycle, then 2, and then 1, and 2, and then 1, if, assuming you stay in combat. Levi Ackerman. Is that from like Attack of Titans? I look like an MMA fighter. I'll take that as a compliment. If you told me I look like a Korean pop idol, I think I would take it as an insult. This is becoming a Theorycraft stream. I mean, what did you expect on my channel, right? How can you get better and stronger in Canyon? That's like a low. Without any context, I love my girlfriend. Your name is I love my girlfriend. Without any context, I literally can't help you. You have to give me some context. Like, what do you feel like you're struggling with? How well are you doing now? Right? Like, give me something. Thoughts on the crazed inscription for Wedge? I actually don't use it because it looks kind of terrible. Let's pull it up. Right, so first of all, I think this only triggers once a turn because we're just talking about this, right? So primary commander's active skill goes off, right? You get 35 rage. Then there's a second of downtime. That should be the first second of cooldown. And then the secondary commander's active skill is going to go off. You don't get this 35 rage because you're still in the 2-second cooldown, right? I think that's how it works. So when I was trying to figure out whether I should use this, I think I literally have like 2 or 3 craze. It would be a lot more interesting if this cooldown was 1 second, but because this cooldown is 2 seconds, I think you can only have it trigger once per turn, unless you're talking about a commander that does like instant proc, right? Which would be a little bit different. So because of that, I decided not to go for it. But that's kind of the decision-making process for me there. It's really competitive with this one guy that you're in a kingdom with. Sounds like if it's really competitive with just one guy, you're really good. I don't know. VIP 18, yeah, it makes a huge difference. My canon team would be way better if I was VIP 18. Hopefully in the next 3 months. K-pop idol is wild. Yeah, nobody's gonna mistake me for a feminine K-pop idol. You're a simp. You trash your craze. You proc the expertise rage game once. Unless you got Joan, I'm not sure where that's from. I mean, I feel like Matt, you're instigating for Kane to go test it out and look at the reports for himself, right? Kane, you should go run ZL against a Barb or something and look at the reports and see how many rage procs you're getting. I'm too lazy to do it. I just want to finish my farming. I could easily do it on stream right now. I just don't feel like doing it. Let's see. Battle ready versus destructive. I agree with Kane. Based on the way it's described, battle ready looks better than destructive. Well, okay. Let me clarify. This part, right? Consuming 100 rage gain to gain a 35% bonus for 2 seconds is a lot better than the second part, where you have a 10% chance to spend 100 rage so that your next attack, where your that basic attack is 70%. Because this could potentially actually trigger off of the smite damage. This is just going to be your next basic attack. Right, but obviously the 3.5 boost to normal damage is multiplicative. If you add the two together, I would take it over battle ready. But this is, in my opinion, significantly better than the second part of destructive. Just to clarify. Oh shit! I just looked away and for like a lot more comments. Multiplicative. You feel like you have too much defensive gear on your Lucha. That's probably not the problem. Do not make the attack chest piece for Canyon. It's just not better. The way stats work, right? Like as far as like how troop capacity, attack, defense, and health interact with each other to produce like a number as far as the damage you deal versus the damage you're taking, all that. Defense is way more valuable for attack, especially once you get into the end game when there's like crystal tech and you have so much, like your attack is like way over 400. Right, whereas like your defense is going to be somewhere in the 200s. Like you don't craft the attack chest at the expense of the hope proc. It's just not worth it. Made you swap from Feral Nature, dude. Feral Nature is so overrated. I mean, I feel like I've said this multiple times on multiple streams. I've never made a video about it, but like. Literally, you have a chance to gain 100 rage in one turn. Like, and it takes you like 8 points, or is it like 5 points to get through a bunch of shit just to get there? Like, it's just not good. I don't know why people are advocating for it. Like, that's basic math. Oh, Big Kane, he sent me a screenshot in the report. It procs on both the first 2 skills in combat. Let's take a look. All right, we're gonna pull up. We're gonna pull this up. That's rejuvenate, clarity. Is it this one? Or is it the other one? Oops. Is it this one? Okay. Here we go. Clarity, rejuvenate. Whoa, 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 whoa. Kane, what is this? I thought you don't have rejuvenate. Why are you getting 60 rage from your active skill? Okay, so you got 30 rage here. And then, okay, yeah, right here, look. You got 30 rage, 30 rage, 30 rage. Oh, okay, how did this trigger 3 times? Okay, it definitely is triggering more than once, right? All right. Winner became. Oh, you're using your barb build. I was gonna say, tell me not to do rejuvenate. You're getting rejuvenate on screen there. That's a little sketch. Winner became. Matt, it literally said it triggered 3 times there. You know, it's not triggering 3 times off of 3 times off of nothing. It's triggering off of the marquee in the active skill. Winner became. Wow, wait, it's triggering 30 rage per target hit? Dude. Really? That's broken. Would you do you even need a horn on ZL then? I did not know that. Whenever they deal scale damage, it gains 30 rage. And what's the point of even running a horn on this guy? You thought this was common knowledge? Dude, this is not common knowledge. You better make a video about this. I'm not gonna make a video about it. Kane, make a video about this. I think here we go. Here's like an easy thing. Like I mean, you literally have the report, right? You get you get 90 rage if the marquee hits 3 targets. Wait, are you getting 150 rage if you're hitting 5 targets with the active skill? Yeah, the marquee is circular. Wow. Okay, wow. I feel like you could get a, let's see. If I didn't run a horn, it's not so much like, okay, like, you know, you could obviously still benefit from it. If I didn't run a horn with ZL, what would I run? Right? Like you're not gonna run a Pendant of the Eternal Night. So you're gonna run a ring. I don't know. It's not like I don't know. I did not know that thing triggered with every target you hit. That's wild. the insane rage gain is not once per skill cycle. It should be once on a skill cycle. Well, no, not really, because the first skill cycle you're gonna get rage gain twice, right? I guess you do want to fire off the active skill faster. Yeah, it's probably still gonna be horn. If he's a secondary, he loses half his rage engine by having the marquee trigger on his active. Why am I seeing whales do Herman ZL? Are whales doing Herman ZL? Let's see. Mac, I'm telling you, you want ZL as a primary. Like this one, I'm pretty confident in. I ran Boudica ZL, and then I flipped it. I ran ZL Boudica, and you would think Boudica as a primary with that extra 35% skill damage taken, and then ZL's primary would make sense. The ZL primary does way better than the Boudica primary, and they're both skill trees, right? So you're not even arguing the trees. Like ZL primary is way better than Boudica primary in that march. Alright. Kane wants to jump in. Alright, Kane, come in. Come into the Discord. I'll let you talk. You could talk while I get back to my chaining. Hold on. Alright. Come in, voice. Wait, let me see. This is on. Okay.
Alright.
What if I just didn't let you talk?
I know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Wait, can chat? Can you hear him? He's been dying.
I think you're muted in Discord. I can't hear you.
Wait, hold on. Oh wait. Here we go. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Kane has been dying to be able to say his piece. Go ahead, say it. I'm gonna tend to my phone.
Yeah, I mean,
you can interact with Matt.
I mean,
there you go.
There's not like a ton of piece to be said. Basically, how Zuge works is, like, say you hit 5 targets with your AoE with your active skill. If he's a primary, you get 150 rage, like baseline. That's what his expertise does by giving that rage engine. Yeah. And then there's a turn of downtime, and then whatever commander he's paired with next, let's say it's Herman, because ZL Herman's pretty popular, then Herman will fire off his active skill, but that extra 1,500 damage factor will also proc. Right, so that's called what? That's called the
Marquise.
Yeah, the Marquise, right? And so when
is it? Wait, hold on. Is it firing the same at the same time that the secondary's active skill is firing, or is it after?
Yes, it's. So I believe it's the exact. Let me double check the battle report that I just sent you. Hold on. I think it's the same turn as the secondary.
You should make a video on this.
I should. Hold on.
That's actually a really good video idea. No one in stream steal this.
Yeah, it's the same turn as the secondary commander. So that
okay.
Because of that reason, right? If you have Zhuge Liang as a secondary commander, then the Marquis effect still procs on the secondary commanders, which in this case would be Zhuge Liang, right? Okay. And so you would essentially get 8 procs of 30 rage. Right, which is way overraging, way overraging.
Yeah,
so that's why when you're testing with your ZL primaries and Boudica secondaries, right, like that doesn't make sense. Why would Boudica's secondary do better? It's because the rage engine on ZL is working when he's as the primary.
Learning something on stream. Please make a video about this. That's actually a really good video. I don't think, I'm sure there's people that know this, but I'm gonna say it's less than like 1% of the people.
Maybe.
I know this. I think I even heard you talk about it either on stream or in a video before, and it still didn't click in for me until just now. So you should definitely make.
Yeah. So Snorlax, You're saying it's after the secondary. I'm looking at the battle report right now. It's not, and I know what you're talking about because you're probably chaining with ZL Richard, and you're watching a Richard active skill go off, and then there's like a second in animation delay where the burning of Zinye goes off. Trust me, I chain all the time. It's still the same turn. It's just a difference in animation styles.
Yeah,
So
they
yeah,
probably just can't have both animations go off at the same time, right? But like,
yeah. So
yeah,
so visually, Snorlax, you're correct, and you actually just typed it in chat. Visually, you're correct, but that's not how it actually works in the battle reports.
but
So crazed inscription, OG Meatman is absolutely useless on ZL. I mean, it literally does nothing because you're just overreaching all the time. Now, I see a lot of questions talking about Asher and why you want Asher versus Uge as a primary in a rally. So Asher primary is actually better, and the reason that that's the case is obviously the talents are different. You get the conquering tree, right? Um, but the Burning of Zinye only procking 30 rage when it hits one target, meaning it's like it's not nearly as strong if you're only hitting one target, because 30 rage is like not going to overrage you, right? You know, it's not even a Horn of Fury proc. So, um, you know, generally people just take the standard build of Rejuvenate, Archer Tree, and then maybe some of the Conquering Tree for Astro Penapole.
right.
So I
Hey,
hope that
actually,
makes a little
wait.
bit more
Keep
sense.
interacting with chat. I need to go pee real quick.
All
So
right, man.
I'll be right back. Hold it
So
down for
so
me.
I will. So crazed actually is not it's not the worst, and so crazed also procs on instant proc skill damage. Okay? So for all you people out there that have crazed, so I'm not streaming, so I can't go into my archer tree. But you know that Phoenix arrows, the talent that everybody was talking about, Phoenix tail arrows, the talent that we were all talking about earlier. So when that procs, it actually procs crazed. So anytime that like any instant proc damage actually occurs, then crazed gives you that 35 rage. So where would I advise for crazed to be good? Well, say you're running, and this is like I'm just giving you an example here, right? Like Boudica with Herman. Okay, I'm not gonna suggest that combination, but I'm saying that you could run it. You could run Crazed and have the insta proc from the Archer tree proc it, right? And the Herman instant proc also procs Crazed. So, you know, things like that are really strong. So Liu Che does do an insta proc, but the problem is that it is smite damage, and crazed only procs off skill damage instant procs. So it would not trigger off of Liu Che direct damage. It only triggers off skill damage direct damage. So doesn't entirely make a ton of sense. So I apologize that it works that way, but yeah, that's how that works. Do I still use Horn for ZL? Yeah, I still use Horn for ZL. And while overraging is obviously not great, and if you're talking about a min-max, you know, situation when you're in combat the whole time, like it's not, you know, it's not ideal, maybe that you overrage, but at the same time, open field operates in a sense that like sometimes you're not even hitting one target for long enough that you're going to get an active skill off anyway. You just want to generate as much rage as possible in those 2 turns, right? You get a horn proc, you get a feral nature proc, then you back away because you're getting targeted, and then you're going back in combat with, you know, 220 rage, even if you overrage, you know, 30 or 40. So I do still like the horn on ZL, but it definitely gets reduced value. If you're talking about, say, you only had 2 horns and you had a, I don't know, a Huo with, I don't know, Belisarius Prime, you had a Zuge with Herman, and you had a Liu Che with Alex, I would say the Huo probably benefits most from that horn because you're most likely going to overrage on the Alex and you're most likely going to overrage on the Zuge Leon, whereas the Huo with Belisarius Prime doesn't have that crazy rage engine, right? So that's just kind of the rationale that you have to approach the game at.
Yeah, I made a I made a video like a few days ago talking about the drum versus the horn, right? And it's like it's the craziest thing to me because people were arguing. They were just like arguing, like, well, 3 drums does the same coverage as 5 horns. I'm
No.
like,
What?
hold on. I'm like, okay, yes, 5 marches could potentially benefit from 3 drums. right? But literally the proc chance is going to be a third. So if you're just averaging it out to like rage per turn, like you're just going to get a third as much, right? And
Yeah,
they're like, oh,
so
like Dragothian did this test. I'm like, I don't care if he did the testing. This is just basic math. Like, you can't have three drums and then compare it to 5 horns as far as like the average rate gain, like rage gain. You're not. But
yeah,
anyways,
I mean, how I'd say, and I think I watched that video is,
yeah,
I mean, you're basically sacrificing like I don't know what the exact math is, right? Like I don't know, maybe one drums is equal to like 85% of a horn or something. I don't know, but it's cheaper, right? So
yeah.
you're sacrificing that high end for like the ability to expand your marches quicker. So that's just
Right.
a decision that you have to make.
I if
But yeah, a drum is definitely not better than horn. There's
yeah,
no way.
if the awaken cost was also less, I would actually seriously consider a drum, just because how much it takes to get to awaken 5. But the
Yep.
awaken cost for a drum and horn's the same. It's just 20 mats cheaper to craft initially. And with that,
So
there's
have you tested that at the top end of the war drum? Because I
what
know
the
at the first end of the war
yeah,
drum, you're correct, like the iconic
yeah,
1 or iconic 2 upgrade.
yeah.
But like when you get to iconic 5, is it 40-40-40 or is it 40-30-30? Because
Uh, I've only checked Iconic 2. Or Awaken 2, right? I
yeah,
just
same.
assumed if Awaken 2 is the same, it probably wouldn't be different when it gets higher, but I didn't actually.
But it also wouldn't really make sense if it was 40-40-40 when it got to the top end, right? So I don't know. You'd be paying more for an awakened 5 than you would be to actually craft a piece. That seems crazy.
That's true.
I don't know though. I don't think
Uh,
anybody that I know is investing in a iconic 5 drum.
War
So
Drum, yeah, to find
yeah.
out. And literally, you can't find that anywhere online. I like looked all over the place. Like no one actually seems to know for sure. I don't
Yeah.
know. Someone watching the stream wants to awaken 5 a horn. I mean, a war drum, and tell us how much it costs. That would actually help.
Please, yeah, that's only
Yeah.
your $2,000 down the drain, not mine.
ZKX, did you discuss the new inf? When are their talents skills coming out?
I mean, we haven't discussed it yet, but I think Bus and I are kind of both in semi-agreement that we don't think it's going to be a smite commander, and we kind of think it's going to be single target. And the only reason why, at least I think this way, is Liu Che is so strong that if they release a commander better than Gorgo and better than Alex in combination with Liu Che, it's going to destroy the game for the next 3 months. Like that March will be trading like 8-1 compared to other good marches like Nevsky Jones, ZL Herman trading like 3-1. So
counter argument for that, they had Attila Takeda doing that back in the day for a while, right? Who knows?
yeah,
You
I
can't
mean
put, you
you're
can't put
not
it past them.
wrong.
You can't put it past them. They did that
Hopefully
with
they've
Attila
learned
Takeda.
from their
Yeah,
mistakes.
yeah.
Hopefully they've learned, but
It was like
like
game breaking or something. Yeah.
the fact that I can rally stuff with Gorgo Liu Che
Yeah.
shouldn't be possible. I made the video because it was so dumb. It literally should not be possible. Just like I shouldn't be able to garrison with Attila. Like that's never been a thing. Why is all of a sudden Attila is a meta garrison? Like, dude, it makes
Yeah.
absolutely no sense.
Because
So,
of smite
and it's
damage.
just because of smite damage. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, and as far as like what the commanders are, skill releases, I'm pretty sure Lilith put out a video today leaking not leaking, they put it out there, but
Yeah.
they put out the commander like blackout, blind reveals.
Yeah.
So if you guys have any, idea about what it could be, then your guess is as good as ours. But
So
it doesn't look like Sun Tzu Prime, I will say that.
no, I don't think it is. I think I don't know if you saw Ahara. She actually had a really good guess. I literally defer to her for all these like commander cycles and everything. She's pretty close every time, but between every cycle, it's like 64 days and 90 days, right? Somewhere in between there. And then the last two, at least, they've released the troop type timed with the Chinese server's MGE cycle. So the next logical one would be July 15th, because if it's not July 15th, then you literally have to go through a whole nother cycle, and then it'll be way over 100 days before
Yeah, that's exactly when my matchmaking starts.
yeah, before the infantry comes out after Belisarius, right? So if the new infantry comes out July 15th, in the Chinese server, then you're likely to see him 2 weeks after, which would be July 29th here in the international server. So
Mm,
best guess,
interesting.
July 29th for the next inf. I think we're both in agreement. We think it's probably going to be single target. And then I'm like 75% confident it'll be single target. And then I would say like 55%, 55-45 leaning towards skill damage instead of smite damage. Because
So
smite is too broken.
yeah. So if they release a smite damage rally, and then I think that they have to release a smite damage open field commander, because if they only release a smite damage rally,
Yeah.
well, it's not going to pair with Tariq, right? So you kind of have
mean,
to figure out, like, I mean, it might if it's
yeah.
super broken, but
If they
you
do a
know,
smite, if they do a smite rally, that might be better than the open field one, right? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
literally
yeah,
might. So
yeah,
I mean, we're just gonna have to figure it out. I think that Lilith kind of dug themselves into a hole with smite
yeah,
damage, and
yeah,
they're gonna have to figure it out without breaking the game. So
yeah. Now here's a caveat, right? They did hint at a new skill or talent, depending on how you want to translate it. And if that's the case, right, is this something we never seen before? Are they actually releasing a new tree that's kind of like a skill support tree, something different? Are they reworking the existing tree to accommodate for smite? Like we actually don't know.
So
So
wouldn't that be awesome if the versatility tree could stop being garbage and they could make it so that you
yeah,
could either put in points to be like skill damage reduction or normal damage reduction? Wouldn't that be sick?
yeah,
And then you could
versatility, yeah,
choose to balance out the skill damage meta with the talent tree and
yeah.
or the skill and smite damage meta. That'd
Well,
be great.
yeah, or do they just balance out all these like trees a lot more, right? So like there's actually a case to use a mobility tree. There's a case to use versatility, like all these other ones.
Yeah, I mean, like I think the
Yes.
more balance in the game and the more player options is a great idea. And actually, that was going to be my next video.
Oh,
But I
okay,
think that
okay.
I think that the release of commanders like Belisarius Prime are actually very, very healthy for the game. I
I think
think
so too.
they don't push the power creep too much, and
Yeah,
it gives the player the choice as to what they want to invest in. Like
yeah,
I can't tell you. I can tell you relatively confidently that I'm going to use William in the open field over Belly. Okay, I can say that
yeah,
to anybody. But at the same time, if you were to field a Belly, like I wouldn't judge you for it. Like that's going to trade
yeah,
99% the same. It's going to be different in different situations because you got different instant procs, you got different scenarios, right? All this stuff. And so it's like, I don't know, if you want to be the player that swarms stuff, like go get Belly. Like that's awesome.
yeah.
I
If
think
any,
that if every commander is a Liu Che or a Nevsky when that
yeah,
came out, or an Attila when that came out, like it pushes the game too fast.
yeah. For game balance, if you think about it this way, right? So starting with that generation with like Nevsky, Boudica, and Scipio, right? The power creep, it was pushing the power level too fast. So it completely blew this idea where you could run 3, 4, or 5 one troop type out of the water, whereas it was actually like viable before, right? So
Dude,
this,
it was super common. It wasn't just
yeah,
viable. It was like
yeah,
the way to go.
yeah. So if you slow down this increase, not only can that kind of come back now, because if you let's just say you have like 8 commanders all in the same range, like for Cavs, right? Like kind of like from Belly to William to Hull to Nevsky to Joan, right? All of a sudden that could come back, but also if you release it kind of like that, and also you allow the museum to also bring some of these older commanders back into contention, where I don't know if you're on stream when I said this. I think a good museum should be where I actually have second thoughts on whether I should keep using this commander, right? So if you gave Guan, for example, 15% health, 15% skill damage increase, right? All of a sudden, I'm
That'd be
like,
insane.
okay, I'm like, okay, all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, should I stick with Guan, or should I stick with this new infantry commander that's kind of like Nevsky, that does like a 2500 damage factor, that's really tanky, right? Like all of a sudden I'm not sure, right? And it's cool because now you could go a bunch of different ways. People could kind of tailor their marches their marches to the play style or the type of commanders they like, and they're actually all kind of viable, and you just don't see a bunch of the same shit over and over and over again on the field, right? So
Yeah, I like that idea a lot.
yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Go ahead. You can finish.
So Belly, like you said, was good, right? So if you start slowing down the power creep, and then you actually make the museum competitive, this game could actually get really open as far as like how like all the different ways you can go that are still more than viable. And it's not just the same. Like everyone's running Neb's Joan, not everyone's running Guan Skip, right? And like if you're not doing it, then you know you're missing out, right? And then for the people that do it, then they kind of get looked down upon because they're either a simp or they just have no knowledge of the game. They're making a mistake. Like make it where it's
like if I see a CJ primary, like I assume that's a noob. In which case, you could in a year and a half, you could have a 40% health.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, like CJ could, that would actually make it really fun, right? And then,
so I think that the museum system, when it first came into the game, I thought that it was intended to be a catch-up mechanic for newer players, right? It was like the Minamotos, it was the Charles Martel, it was the whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you could then bring those commanders into the game, into the end game, and be relatively viable.
Yeah, it was.
As soon
it was
as,
a catch-up mechanic.
Oh, and I completely agree. It was. But that's the problem is it was. It no longer is. It is now a meta-defining mechanic. Like as an infantry rally lead, I now have to, and Garrison, I have to get Constantine, right? I have to get Attila as an infantry, right? Like, and all that costs anywhere from 1,800 to 2,160 of that currency that I get 20 of a day. So unless I literally spend hundreds of dollars a month on solely relic coins, there's no way that I can keep up with the best of the best. And that's also just metagaming, and that's the kind of person I am. It would mess with my head if I knew that I wasn't running the best of the best. Like part of the reason, and look, I love my Gorgo, okay, and I love the Alex. I know that both do super well, but part of the reason why I'm like, I'm not gonna go fully on the Alex side is because I don't have the double relic, and I will never be able to get the double relic because I have to put my relic coins into rallies and garrisons because that's my kingdom role, right? So,
but right? But like they literally had all these ways to get relic points before. They took it away, then increased the rate at which they were releasing Museum, and then they're doing Museum 2, Museum 3. Like it's I don't really have that much of a problem with the armament system. Like, you know, there's definitely things that could get better, right? But like this, like I feel like the way they're doing the museum now should piss people off way more than armament.
Oh yeah. Dude, armaments is still, while it is random, you can still manipulate it in a way in such that you could have better luck, right? You can re-roll correctly, you can save which armaments correctly. Like there is still player choice. With this, it's literally just no player choice. It's you get one commander that you could get one level of a museum buff in every 108 days, and that's what you're stuck with unless you spend money.
Not even just money. You have to spend a lot of money. Right before, like you could buy a $5 bundle, you're getting extra relic coins for like 7 days or something. Like, why would you take that away and then increase the amount of like museum relics that you're releasing for players? It's like I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't want to turn this into a rant session, so I'm going to go ahead and answer a few drums questions that I have in chat. So I love my girlfriend. I don't because I don't have one, but I'm going to answer your question. So does this mean about Canyon you put drums on the march and would get hit the most? It wouldn't it trigger and be good for Canyon? Yeah, so I guess in your situation, right, you're saying that the march that's being hit is going to over rage if you get that 50 proc. So by giving rage to your teammates instead of just the march that's being hit with a horn, then yes, there is value in that. 100%. I agree. So if you are getting swarmed by 4 to 5 marches, the drum is theoretically better than the horn, but at the same time, pretty much anything is better than both of those things because now you're overraging. So just get like a Greatest Glory or a Ring of Doom, and it's just better. So, yeah, and look, you're talking to somebody who has 5 drums, so trust me, like I get the drum versus horn argument a lot.
You went the drum route? Wow.
When I first started this game, like most of us do, we don't really intend on playing this game for too long because we're like, okay, you know, like this game's expensive. I'll probably play it for maybe a year. It'll be my go-to game, and then so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna plan my account so that I can migrate back to KVK2 and then quit. That was my goal. So I planned my account so that I would have the full rally and garrison set for infantry, crit, iconic whatever. I was gonna get 5 horns. I was gonna get hear this, 5 pendant of the Eternal Knights, and I was gonna go back to KVK2, do a do a last hurrah, and then quit the game. Okay, that was my plan. All right.
Wow.
It never happened. It
Yeah,
never
yeah.
happened. I never migrated back to KVK2 after my first
Yeah.
time when I was like a really, really young player. And now I'm just kind of stuck in Season of Conquest with 5 drums. So, it'd be like that.
Is damage taken part of all damage? I'm not
So,
sure actually.
yeah, so damage, I think damage reduction, like reducing damage taken, just operates as part of that same formula. But if there's any like damage or what's the wording? Because on the infantry weapon, or on any weapon, I think there's like the Furious Strike says it has a 10% chance to gain a percent damage boost for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So I know that damage boost
It,
is different. So okay, that's what it is. It's resistance. Sorry, that's the word that's in game. So the boost for damage increase is multiplicative, and damage resistance is multiplicative, but damage taken reduction is additive, and all damage increase, whatever, is additive. Does that make sense? So
yeah,
it's like a really, really weird wording. And
ever since that
the
rare inscriptions came out, and then I guess Will figure that out. I don't even know anymore. Like you would think it would just make sense. Skill damage increase. Okay, like it's skill damage increase. No, oh wait, it was additive this whole time. Like, why would like how would we figure that out if you didn't release a skill damage boost for us to compare the difference, right?
Yep. So like go to, for example, right, and this is where you can tell. Go to the balance inscription. If you can pull it up on stream. Excuse me. See where it says the normal damage resistance?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is a multiplicative factor. So if that said, instead of normal damage, that said increases all damage resistance of the wielder's troops by 3.5%, then it's multiplicative, right? Now, and if it says
we'll say this,
increase,
right?
Yep.
There's actually not an easy way to test this. So this is just assuming because for the special and rare inscriptions, there's a difference between increase and boost. And then like this specifically says resistance, so you don't see this anywhere else. So we're assuming it's multiplicative. But to actually set up a test to prove this, it's really, really hard because you have to wait for active skills. Like it's hard to set it up, right? So we're assuming it's multiplicative.
And also, does this work? Like, does this reduction occur in the same, let's just say, parentheses of the boosts, right? Like, if I have a 10% boost and a 3.5% reduction, does that come out to 6.5% boost for the attacker? Or is it like, is the 3.5% reduction after the original equation for the 10% boost? So I have no idea. Like, this is
actually, wait, let's see what does Will say on this? It's hard to. It has to be after, right? Because
I would assume that it's after.
Yeah, because you can't calculate it if you don't have the amount of damage you're taking. How do you actually do a damage resistance? So the damage actually has to come first.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't know if Lilith had made it so like everything is calculated on that same.
Yeah, or else I don't know how, like, because one has to come first, so the damage has to come first, right? Because the damage is just interacting with the stats, like the defense and the health of the whatever you're hitting, but the damage resistance literally has to be scaled off of the damage you're taking.
So that makes, in theory, then that makes damage resistance more powerful than all damage boosts, right? Because it's after everything. So, but there's not much of that in the game, so that'll be their next formation that they release.
OG Meatman. First of all, nice name. What made you not quit the Kane? Because he's obsessive, and now he's just.
Yeah, dude. Now I play this game for a job, essentially. Not that I make money, but like I spend enough time for it to be a job. I mean, what made me not quit is the community, man. Community and friends. Like that's it. They're like I don't pay thousands of dollars to click blue dots and red dots and run around like and manage people. Like I play it because I enjoy the people that I play with and the community that um I've traveled with essentially, right? Like I am migrated back to that original KVK2 kind of as like a last ditch effort. I was like 45 million power, 300 million KP. My account was like a year and a half years old. I was pretty casual, and then all of a sudden I migrated back. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try this game and like really try this game. And then, I kind of had a whatever you want to call it, a glow up, or
You got hooked after a year and a half.
Yeah, yeah. Like I was free to play for my first like year and a half. I didn't spend a single dollar. You know how many $5 10 gold head bundles I missed? So brutal. I probably missed like a whole commander maxing, dude.
I was about 4 months until I opened the Pandora's box.
Yeah.
And
that's why that's another issue with like Lilith's new player experience right now, is that the absolute best thing that a new player could do right now is not experience the early game, go get an account by other means, I'll just say that on stream, and then like play from there and learn if you like the game that way. But nobody's going to want to play a game for the first time where the barrier to entry is, all right, go spend $500 on a new account. Right? Like nobody's going to play a game like that. So it's hard when you start new players at such a disadvantage. I don't know.
Well,
I feel like that's,
if they didn't allow older players to migrate back, so everyone was just kind of like new, right? Allowing older players to go back and bully KVK2 players that really like, have no idea what they're doing, right? Like native KVK2 player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And I think and look, I was that KVK2 bully, and dude, that was some of the most fun I ever had. So I understand the appeal, right?
Back there, yeah.
Dude, I was running like Sun Tzu Ethelfled and getting like 10-1 trades back in the day. So it's like, because you're hitting like level 40 marches with no gear on, It's like if my account were to go back there right now, I could probably like kill half a kingdom like easily, like on my own. So yeah, it's but some people really enjoy that. But even if they didn't allow people to migrate back, right? As soon as they got into Season of Conquest, like, dude, they're just gonna look at an account ID that's 7 digits long and has 7 full marches of legendary crit gear, and be like, why am I playing this game? Like, it's just, I think the KVK2 migration back isn't even like the biggest problem, because your kingdom, hopefully if it's operating well, is going to get some of those too, and then you create friendships, you lean on the whales, you're excited when they show up. Dude, I remember my KVK1, we had 2 players who were 45 million power, and I thought they were the coolest people in the world, dude.
Me too. Like, oh, KVK1, right? That was a guy.
Yeah.
He had as much power as the rest of the kingdom combined for a while.
And you know what's funny is I found him the other day. I found my KVK1 whale in a random kingdom I was spectating, and I'm like, dude, that's the same profile picture and the same name. No shot. So I sent him a message. I'm like, hey, do you remember me by chance? He's like, yeah, man, I remember you. What's up? And we started talking. And of course, now he's like still 72 million power with like 3 billion KP. Like his account hasn't progressed at all, but it's just fun to.
I call it the when you realize your parents aren't the smartest people in the world effect.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I was like starstruck when the big whale in my KVK1 will like message me and talk to me normally. I'm like, oh my god, like what the hell was I thinking? Thinking back now. But no, I think the early game in general is actually like pretty awesome, because when you isolate people to their continent, right? Like people just call out the kingdoms by like their last. It's like, like 21 and 23 are stronger, or whatever, right? And like there's a lot. I feel like the rivalry is really heated. There's some like crazy shit going on. There's literally like a group of content creators that's just making early game like KVK 1 through 3 drama videos, and getting a bunch of views, right? Like it's
also, I mean, people just want to see. Look, early game's a blast because you've got 5 alliances trying to like 7 different jumper groups, like all this
Yeah,
stuff is,
yeah.
and
It's
you got people hitting your city because nobody knows what's going on, and it's not a kingdom mentality, right? It's like a one player, one
oh yeah,
alliance, dude.
yeah,
I remember I was in Zone 1 launching rallies with like a level 20 commander thinking I was so cool. And then I got promoted to R5 of my alliance because
yeah,
they're like, oh, this guy's like, he's launching
yeah,
rallies and he
yeah.
should lead us. I don't know. It's fun.
You know, yeah.
Me-
It's
how old was I back then? I guess I'm 26 now. So if I've
yeah,
played for almost 4 years,
yeah,
right? Like I was 22.
yeah. It was a
Sitting in,
magical time
dude,
for
it,
that game.
it was a magical time. Back in 2020, we're all sitting at home, right? Like,
Your first pre-sock experience. I don't think you should skip through that. I think it's actually good to be like a noob and just kind of figure stuff out.
but dude,
Not
my
really.
first stock experience was, guess what? Against the kingdom that we just allied with this last KVK, and we got effing destroyed,
Oh
right?
yeah,
Like we
yeah,
got
yeah. That sounds fun.
crushed. And since then they've changed it, right, to
Yeah,
where
yeah,
you only played newer-ish
yeah, yeah, yeah.
kingdoms, right?
Yeah,
Um,
which is good.
yeah, I think that's good, but
Yeah.
yeah, and then I haven't lost a KVK since then. But
Oh my god.
it's I don't know, it's a lot. So all right, let's read the chat here. Hold on. Very similar story to me. Nice will keep playing until all you streamers quit. Uh-oh. Don't give you that kind of responsibility, man. Um, yeah, we'll see if Chiz goes full-time squad besters or not. We'll see.
I don't know.
I'm only rage spending when the guy beats me in Canyon. That's funny.
I'm not.
That's
Hey,
actually
wait. I can relate to that. I can
yeah.
actually relate to that. I like Canyon. I actually enjoy Canyon, and I've definitely spent more because of Canyon before over that one.
That's fun. That's funny. I like Canyon too, and it's nice to see your name in like the top 5, top
Yeah,
3, or whatever. But once you realize like, uh,
yeah.
it's whatever. It's just a few training speed ups and your name on the top of a leaderboard. Like
Well,
that's all it
it's
is.
not that, yeah, but like now, like in 68, like I mean, I can't do anything without being VIP 18, right? First of all, and then even then, like the gap is so big with some of these guys. I,
Yeah.
you know,
So
what's the
when I first hit VIP 18, I think it was like 2.5 KVKs ago. I hit it in the middle of
yeah,
my KVK.
yeah,
I thought that all of a sudden I'd be able to beat everybody in Canyon.
yeah.
It didn't really make that much of a difference, I'll be honest.
Really?
Yeah, I still lost to all the same people. It was all about the gear, right?
Yeah.
And then finally, once I got Trajan Milan, like then I started like actually beating people in Canyon.
Did you get Trajan
Um,
Milan just for Canyon?
I mean, I'm not gonna say yes, but I'm not gonna say no. So
Nice.
I actually bought Milan dailies back in the day, right? When I was gonna migrate back to
Yeah,
KVK2 because I was gonna run Milan in my 5 March, blah 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 blah. Anyway, so I had an
yeah.
expertise Milan. Now I have like
Yeah.
300 legendary commander sculptures from Milan and sitting in my bag and rotting, but whatever. Um,
Yeah. But
so
the problem with Mulan, for me, I actually almost bought 5 dailies for her because I finished my Constantine. I have nothing to do right now until Margaret comes out, right? But what actually stopped me from buying Mulan dailies, I'm never going to get enough relic coins to get her expertise, which is I mean her museum, which is really good. Her museum is
yep,
really good, right? But
yeah, I agree.
I can't like right now the rate of relic coin game versus like all the shit they're putting out. I'm not gonna spend
Yeah,
it on Mulan.
you can't afford it. Yeah, it's just
So
impossible.
I just decided to give up on that. But,
Yeah, I think that's a smart give up. And to be fair, I actually, when I started buying Trajan dailies, it was a long time ago. I had like when Trajan first came out, I spun like 2 wheels. I had him at like 5-4-1-1, and he just sat there as like one of those terrible, gem investments that you do when you don't really know what you're doing. So you just like half invest in a commander, and then you're like, I don't really feel like it. And then yeah, so I just finished him off with dailies, but before all this, all these commanders were coming out, and before Trajan really like left the meta officially, I was really considering a Trajan William combo.
Ooh. But
But
with all calves or
so it was going to be my 3rd calf march.
that would actually be
But
pretty good.
I wasn't quick enough on the investment for my gear to run it before Belly Prime came out, and so now I'm just gonna run XY Belly instead. But I really think that before Belly Prime came out, and maybe before Huo came out, or even after Huo came out, like the 3rd March of Trajan William is legit. It solves the March speed issue.
Yeah.
William doesn't require full calves. Zitzaproc still works. Everything still works.
Yeah.
So I was really interested in that, but the problem with buffs, and it's the same reason why Mulan suffers, like why people use Trajan Ethelflaed instead of Trajan Mulan is like, dude, the reality is that you don't have all of your marches hitting one target at once all the time, right? Like it's not just 5 marches on a target 24/7 in the open field. So a lot of times what happens is, you know, your marches get a Trajan buff, but they're not connecting, or your marches get a Mulan buff, but they're still running to the target, and so it just suffers that way. And the more that I fought actually in the open field, I was like, I just don't think that Trajan's the move anymore. Even though, like, if you connect to a target and sit there on the target, Trajan Milan is going to do work, but that's just not how it goes. Unless you're like some super big sad-facing whale that just runs in there 24/7. So, it's tough.
I love my girlfriend. You started the game building 5 sets of archer gear. Wow.
And made all the gear for it. Had to dismantle 2 sets. Oof. That's tough. I hope they weren't legendary sets for your sake.
There was someone in my stream earlier asking, he said he's like either a low spend or something, and he decided to make 2 infantry and 2 archer. I've never seen anyone bypass cabs.
Yeah, me either. I feel like everyone that I know just goes infantry in the early game because of Alex, and so that's all they know. So there are a lot of like default inf mains that kind of ended up there on accident, and then you've got your cav mains who like the speed, and so it's like I feel like archer is kind of the oddball out. Maybe that's why they always get targeted in the field. People are like, screw these archer mains. So
that's weird.
Once it is on Trajan now. Oh, so guess what, Bus? I just had we have a new migrant who just came in last offseason to Inf main, and he did really well for us this KVK, and he was one of our Inf garrisons, and he had 4 infantry sets, and he just dismantled one, and then he just sent me a screenshot of his full crit epic geared siege march that he's going to start running. So you've made one believer.
That's Mr. Siege. But hey, you know what? You know it's coming.
I know it's coming, dude. So what?
Like they're literally releasing a KVK now. Like it's just going to be more and more in your face until you just try it, and then once you try it, and then you realize it's not what you think. Then you're gonna have to.
No, I know. So what's gonna end up happening is as soon as I can make a no permanent cost investment, and what I mean by that is as soon as the epic commander comes out, I'm probably just gonna throw the whatever however many heads it takes, because we all have thousands of epic commander heads, right?
Yeah, you're gonna try it out.
I'm gonna try like a full epic geared of siege, right? Because that also is no permanent damage to my account, and then I'll just run like, because I still have I have a 5/5/1/1 Margaret because I did the recharge event when it came out.
Oh, you actually maxed it?
Oh, 5, yeah, 1, I mean 1, when 1. It came.
Oh yeah.
5/5/1/1. That was the recharge.
Man, I wish I did back then. There's no freaking way I was gonna use siege back then. I didn't.
Yeah, I think it was like you just spent $50 over the course of like 5 days or something, and you got
I wish I did.
You got a ton of sculptures. So yeah, I just run a 5/5/1/1 Margaret with a epic commander secondary with a full epic siege set and see how it goes. So
and then once you actually realize there's a lot of strategy and skill that takes into controlling it while you do the field. First, you have to admit you were wrong.
No. so what I will honestly probably end up doing is I might not dismantle that set, but I will still make my 7th set a cav march. But I will probably bench that 7th set for like a range march if we're doing bridge fighting, if we're fighting over a mountain, if we're like a situational.
Do you have a leadership set?
I do not. No.
I think your 7th set should be leadership, man.
So I have been going back and forth with this conversation for like with a ton of my in-kingdom buds, because the problem with so let's do the pros first. Pros of making your 7th march leadership: super versatile. You can use it on any single march depending on the meta, and that's just how it goes. Like,
and even like garrisoning and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean I have Gorgo Hera with a full crit imp set, so I probably wouldn't, but.
You're probably
either way, super valuable. But when you look at the stats themselves are actually like, unless you're critting it for something, but if I'm making a leadership set and I'm
Yeah.
going to be swapping that set around, I'm not going to be critting anything, right? So,
Yeah. Well, if you
like,
crit it, well, one, I actually thought about this. If you, let's just say you made a 7, let's just say you have 222, right?
yeah,
And then you critted the 7th. What would you actually pick for it?
you're talking like a leadership set, like I'm making a leadership.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, probably just leadership, because then I wouldn't have to deal with the thought of a leadership commander pairing coming out and like not having that
not
gear.
having the crit leadership. Yeah.
Yeah, so if I was making leadership gear, I'd probably just crit it for leadership, even if I wasn't using leadership commanders, just to have that kind of backup. But that's like super, best slash worst case scenario. I don't really know how to describe that, but
Okay. So
yeah,
the pros is versatile.
yeah, pros super versatile. But the con is like the stats are worse than crit epic gear. So if you were to go and craft a full
not with the
crit,
iconic though. You put the iconic.
not with the iconic. That's correct. That's correct. But you're talking about a pretty large investment. But it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's with the epic gear just being so malleable. Like, oh well, now the 7th, like, dude, 50,000 or 50 million gold to craft a full epic crit set for the meta march isn't gonna break me, right? Like, I can do that, but I think I'm just gonna go 7 set for Cavs and be happy. That's what I'm gonna do. Also, I see you're on Olympia on the stream. You're not gonna send me an invite, man?
Oh, this is unranked. I'm just trying to get
is there
my
ranked up right now?
Might be. I'm just trying to get the
Oh, it just started. Looks like we can do some ranked. Thanks for volunteering. Oh, you joined the game. Oh.
No, I'm gonna finish unranked. Then I gotta get going.
Sounds good.
No.
The
streams are going on for like 3+ hours.
That's a long stream for a casual out of KVK, talk sesh. Yeah, I went on vacation like a few weeks ago and missed my my 2 heads from Olympia, and I was down bad for like a whole 24 hours, dude. I missed.
How much gold heads do you have?
Not super. Not a super amount. I think like 410,
Yeah,
something like that.
210.
Oh, well, you're also
I'm
still
trying
kind
to
of
catch up. I'm still
catching up, right? So, I definitely wish I didn't invest in Belly, but and not because Belly doesn't have a use, especially if I run 3 cav marches. But the real issue is that Inf is the next release, and as the resident Inf main,
you might need both.
Yeah, so, and I'm only going to have the gold heads for 1 at this rate, if the timeline that you suggested was accurate. So,
gotta start maxing the wheel.
Oh god, dude, I literally haven't spun the wheel past 10 in so long.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like I can do it if I divert my resources towards the wheel. I just don't want to. Like I want to catch up on my equipment more.
Yeah, I think that's much higher priority. Equipment's forever, right? Commanders are temporary. Even if temporary means 2 years, like they're still temporary.
Yeah. So for me, oh shit, look at this guy trying to snipe this. Hey, this guy just. Are you kidding me? What's this guy doing?
Oh, and I've missed it.
Anyways.
I see it.
But
you gotta love the AFK players in Olympia.
So what I'm doing is I'm actually my 6th set is going to, like, I already have some. So I have some marches, right? But 1 siege. So actually, my 2nd archer set is going to be like a half leadership, half. Boy, I can't multitask. Half leadership, half archer, and whatever comes out, I think I would actually still crit it for leadership.
That is a wild plan.
But then, so essentially, I'm gonna have 7.5 sets of equipment, right? So, for example, if I do full leadership, and then I have a Hydra's Blast and the Archer Chest, right, or something like that, or probably actually Milky Way and Hydra's Blast or something. Like that could be my 2nd Archer set. But but I'll still have a leadership set if I need it. So if I'm running it, usually I'll be doing 2-2-2 infantry, cav, and archer, and then a siege. But if I needed to make it a leadership or something else, I can.
Yeah, I mean, the rationale's there, but I could never. You're gonna get to 7 marches before I will, bro.
Well, I'm already at 7.
Well, I know. That's what I mean. Well, yeah, you already surpassed me. What can I say? Your account's better than mine.
No, it's not. I went a little wide. Well, I think I enjoy going wide and then catching up. So it's fine.
Into the bigger variety. Is that a personal preference in all regards, or is that a?
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, it's just consistent with my nature. What are you gonna say?
Oh, MVP! Look at you. Okay. One question here for I love my girlfriend.
Oh, Dino. What's up, Dino?
Did they say that there was gonna be an event to gain your gold heads back for one commander?
I'm doing unranked. If you guys want to do unranked, I'll invite you. But here,
I don't think you can invite for unranked, can you?
You can. It's like.
Oh wow.
It's
gonna be a little unfair.
How do I? Okay, let's see.
You gotta scroll all the way down, where I'm all the way at the bottom.
Okay. Wait, Dino, are we friends? Are we friends in here? Let's see. If you want to do unranked, I just need to win 2 more, and then I need a log. But where's Kane actually? Wait, Kane, can you shoot me a message in game?
Yeah, hold on.
If you guys want to do unranked, shoot me a message in game. I'll invite you. It's 1 to 2 games, and I gotta go.
What's your name nowadays? Is it still Baboon something or?
No, it's just 68 bus driver.
Okay. I gotta zoom out and go to 2638.
Unranked sucks. Yeah. I mean, it's. I feel like it's kind of a commitment too when you do. Oh, look at this guy. He's running. I was gonna say he's running. Wait, let me wait for a Kane. There you go. Okay.
I like how our entire message is just Cerulli.
We should message on Discord anyways. All right, but what was I gonna say? I lost track of them. Oh yeah, no. When you're doing ranked, first of all, there's these like same teams that play. Same teams that play over and over, and some of them aren't necessarily that good at KVK, but they're so good. They're so good at Olympia. It's crazy.
The biggest problem with Olympia is that there's no actual rank system. It says ranked up top, but there's no legitimate matchmaking. How can I queue in to 1960 pre-made group when I have like a Sun Tzu on my team? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, I mean, I just do it. I get my 3 wins every week in ranked, and then I call it a day.
Yeah, exactly. Get your 3 wins and then log off. But
there's some people who love this mode, dude.
Well, no, because they're so good. Like I don't know. I don't even know how. Like I'm hitting an Ethel, which I should destroy. Next thing I know, like I pop within like 2 or 3 seconds. And I'm hitting like an Ethel flat. It's crazy what's going on in Olympia.
Yeah, I mean, and you're gonna see because I'm running the leadership build that they do kind of with that Ethel, but it's all because of the second skill, right? Because you get it's 10% base stats and then an extra 15 or something per mix. So that's why you do Ethel primary. You can do like an Ethel primary, Trajan primary. Dude, I actually, if I had all the commanders, I would try it. A triple leadership build.
Yeah.
So the skill would give you like 50 or 60% of stats or some crazy.
If you had the leadership equipment, you could put it on your Ethel.
Stop it.
Shit, we're all coming on this side. Let's crush this real quick.
Oh, it's 1 guy. Oh, no, it's 2 guys. All right. Kill the ZL. Yeah. Oh, I'm getting taunted. Appreciate you taking the heat for me.
Guy hates my Nevsky.
Alright, this guy's dead. Not even attacking me back. He's on the phone. He doesn't know he's not attacking. Okay. All right. We're gonna no heal. We're just gonna rip it right down.
Oh, get this bandit.
I'm just ignoring the fire thief. I think we got it.
Matt's back. He did tests. What'd you test, Matt? God, he's gone for a while.
It was.
Ziao's fourth skill is wrong.
Like the description is wrong?
It's not any active skill. Dude, he was gone for a while. They quit already?
Yeah, it is only his active skill. Yeah, that's. I feel so. Usually, commanders that have that text, it's similar text in like a lot of games, or a lot of commanders in this game, where it says when they fire their active skill, it's literally just referring to their own active skill.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like I might be that guy that you're complaining about in Champions of Olympia.
What?
I feel like I'm just one-shotting everything in this game.
And, the unranked is pretty.
Yeah, it's a lot quicker. I kind of like it.
It's-
Maybe I'm gonna turn into an unranked guru from now on.
Your 3 wins and then.
I will say, even if I don't feel it so much in Canyon, in Olympia, VIP 18, oh yeah. Big power jump.
I need like 3 more months. 2 or 3, probably 3 more months. I don't even think I'm at 2 years yet. I think I'm like a few days from 2 years in this game.
Oh man, I'm just one-shotting all these guys as they're coming off spawn.
Jeez.
No, come back. So sad.
That's probably the best name I've seen in a while. I love my girlfriend.
This guy's either got a gun to his head or he loves his
Jesus.
girlfriend. There's no in between.
I love my girlfriend? Damn.
Whoa. I stopped my heal? Are you kidding me, man? Oh, they surrendered. Oh, hard game.
DL's expertise is no way to get rage on the other commanders active. I mean,
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong. It literally says it. It literally says it has to be either ZL's active skill or the marquee skill. Like, right?
It does say that, yeah.
Like it says that.
I'm just
I don't think that's wrong.
I'm just-
right?
I'm just trying to appeal to Matt here.
Yeah. I mean, it says it literally either has to be the active skill or the marquee skill to get that. All right. I assume
one
you guys
more
haven't done this. Oh, you need one more win?
Yeah.
You know, you need one more win, or the marquee should be able to activate off the other commander, but it doesn't. Oh.
Yeah, so it does say at the very top, whenever this commander's... No, it says, it actually specifies, whenever this commander's troop uses an active skill.
Yeah.
It doesn't say when an active skill is used,
Yeah.
right? Like, look at the verbiage difference between Asher Benapal's expertise and Zhuge Liang's skill. Because Asher Benapal's expertise procs off any skill, and then that one says this commander.
It's just crazy. It's getting into like these little like minute wordings.
But that's a problem with Rise of Kingdoms. Like, it shouldn't be that confusing. And the fact that they just fixed Edward's skill description after 4 years.
When it uses an active skill, yeah. I mean, I don't think it makes that big of a difference, right? Because if the secondary commander is using active skill, the primary has to use active skill first. So you're still going to get it regardless. So it's like if it's not triggering off the secondary commander, like it doesn't really change how often the marquee is going to proc, regardless.
I wish there was dot mode in Olympia, bro.
I know. I'm so used to.
I can't see anything. But I will say, it feels like my right clicks actually register in this mode, as opposed
I'm
to
so
other
bad
modes.
at. I'm so bad at targeting Olympia because like I only play non-dot mode in Olympia, so like sometimes I have to zoom all the way in just to see which march I'm actually targeting.
Yeah. What is a Olympia meta marches right now? It depends on your like
Dude,
are
it's
you
Mashi, it's crazy, dude. It's like the so apparently again, I'm a noob at this, but you want to pair an infantry with a mix for most of the game modes, right? Because the mix could then boost the infantry. But it's like Scipio McMed or like Caesar,
yeah.
Constantine, Constantine. Oh no, LC Constantine, and then like Sargon with it's Sargon with someone. I forgot who it was. Right, but like those are the three marches.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a ton of sense.
Yeah, like because I play ranked and there's like some of these people that are a lot more hardcore. They're like, no man, like you need McMed in there. I'm like, what? Like what's happening? And then apparently,
It's all about the troop cap and how
yeah,
that scales with
yeah,
the infantry Olympia skill.
yeah. And then for leadership, like, apparently you're supposed to have Ethel, which I don't. They're like telling me I should be benching Luce and have like Ethel in someone or something. I'm like, wait, like you want me to bench the best commander of the game? Like I don't know what's going on. Here you go, Dino, Scipio McMed, Sargon Caesar, and then Constantine Luce.
Yeah, like I mean, I don't run Liuche either because I think that uh, Guan brings more to the 3v3 and
Dude,
than Liu.
really?
But oh yeah, the silence in this game mode is crazy, especially because you can pre-rage your march with. So do you see your
Yeah,
W skill?
yeah.
You're supposed to use that about 7 to 8 seconds before you get into
Before,
combat, so that you just unload on people with a full rage bar.
yeah, that's what I
And
was.
if you silence them first, I mean it's game over.
What I was told. And you bench Luce?
Yep, I run Guan Skippy.
Dude,
Guan Liuche is not better than Guan Skippy.
dude, it's crazy.
I'm just telling you my experience,
Everything.
man.
No. I'm sure you're right. Because other people like that are supposedly good at cannon have told me to bench Luce for Ethel for
Yeah,
leadership march. So
and it's the same concept.
yeah,
Like I'm running Trajan Joan. It makes no sense, right?
yeah,
Like I mean, I could run Trajan Ethel, I guess, or Ethel Trajan, but
yeah.
for me, I found more success with the Joan. But yeah,
It's crazy. Wait, how often are you playing Olympia? Damn. Sounds like you're
that
experimenting on Olympia and shit.
well, I just do 3 games a week, man.
One silence doesn't work in Olympia, according to Dino. Is that true? I don't know.
There's no way that's true. It definitely works. I mean, I've seen it work.
It's abusing vengeful strike
Yeah,
passive.
that's the infantry skill. Vengeful strike is what makes
Oh yeah, that's
infantry
one. Yeah, that's
too
one
strong.
where like apparently when you attack them, you get way more damage back and just pop. I think that's what happens to me every time I fight an infantry and just get wrecked. Like I don't even know how I'm dying. Like I feel like I hit them a few times and the next all three marches just die right away. I'm like fighting like Sargons. Up here.
Yeah, I'm watching a Guan skill work right now in Olympia. I just used it. Seemed to work just fine. Wouldn't make any sense why Guan silence wouldn't work.
Yeah, it should work, right? I don't know. Do I think they will show the new infantry skills soon? Yes, I think it'll be very soon. I think you'll see it within the next week. If they're actually going to put the infantry commander in the game mid-July.
I'm just entering KVK 3. You know, it's so amazing to me how many new players are really still
Dude, there's so
showing up
many.
in stream.
Have you?
Everybody just keeps talking about how like the new player experience is dead and
No, it's
yada yada
awesome.
yada, but
Like
like
I mean, I don't want to go back just because, but from there you go, from my boy Jackie's kingdom. So the 3300 kingdom right now, there's probably like 6 kingdoms that are considered the stronger ones, and then there's like so much drama and back and forth. Like I would say probably if I had to guess, like a third of my streams are younger players from around there, and they all know what's going on like that continent or the one before and after.
yeah.
And like these bigger kingdoms all have like 3, sometimes like 4 alliances, and it's crazy, man. It actually seems really fun.
Yeah, I mean, look, the new player experience, like the game, the community, like structure and formation in the early game is something that every like whatever city building war game should aspire to be. Like that is why this game is successful. The actual gameplay itself, from the early game standpoint, and the catch up mechanics, that's the bad part. So it's like, how do you manage that? It's crazy.
You're 2 now, Nico. That's actually a normal progression because you guys are about to enter KVK 3. So I don't know if you're familiar with the 3300 kingdoms, right? I think the early 3300s, the strongest one is Jackie's kingdom, 3321, and then like I guess like 3324 is like your hated rival, but then 33, 33, and 43 are also like against them. I'm actually gonna stream some of that KVK. There's a lot of fun toxicity going on. Let's put it that way. I think Lou, is it Lou or Luda? One of these two is in 33. I want to say it might be Lou actually. He's always talking about how they're gonna smack 3321. How the fuck is 3321 so stacked? I mean, you have like some of the biggest, like Jackie, if he came to our kingdom right now, would be like a top 3 spender in 68, and we have some pretty big spenders. It's crazy the amount of money he puts in. Yeah, and I think like the Cocaine there in 21, like BCI, I think that's the same. Like they're about the same spend level. And then there was another one that was earlier on that kind of quit the game. So there used to be 3 of them. There's 2 now that still like spend almost on like a Kraken level. And you have that carrying the kingdom. You're gonna attract a lot of people. Julio, but he didn't quit.
Yeah.
He just
RP 3140, man.
3140. What's 3140?
Zeus's kingdom.
Oh God, Zeus.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
so
talking to him?
bro.
They ever respond?
Yeah, we're talking a bit. Zeus is now on the fence, but we'll see. I know for sure that Mighty Goose quit, so he's done. But
dude, he literally just messaged me. That's crazy.
I mean, maybe he's lying to me. I don't know.
I don't think so. Because I think him and like Zeus are like a package deal, right?
Yeah, they are. So, and then Zeus is like, his decision to quit came entirely from Goose. Like Goose said, I'm calling it quits, and Zeus is like, well, I'm not going to play this game if he's not playing the game. So,
dude,
it's tough. He also said that, I mean, they've lost what, 4 KVKs in a row or something. Like that's tough.
Yeah, but
I couldn't imagine being in a kingdom that's lost how many? Wait, how many have you guys lost in a row?
here, 3.
Okay.
3 in a row here. But I personally have lost 4 in a row.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. It's got to be tough. Yeah.
I don't even, what's a hunter inscription? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I've actually not had a KVK since that system came out where I didn't get a hunter inscription. Crazy. I'm on my 5th hunter. That does feel a little weird. If I get an Autarch next KVK, I don't know how to use it. I guess I use it for...
Guard.
Don't tell me Siege. Don't tell me Siege. Okay.
I mean, have you seen the Siege one, though? Have you seen it?
Doesn't it?
It's disgusting.
Is it good?
The Siege one is disgusting. Like, if you're a
I don't
sharpshooter... Okay.
I don't even think I've looked... I think it has like a range reduction.
Yeah, but look, okay, just the top part, right? 5% boost to range normal damage dealt, right? So we're like Cordoba. Like, this is straight up... Yeah. This is straight up a greatest glory, right?
Yeah. Actually, it's better because it's boost.
Oh, yeah. It's actually even better. And then you have the same thing, kind of like the arch, right? 10% chance to spend 50 rage and increase the damage of the attack by 50%.
Yeah.
So like it's this sharpshooter is crazy. And then
what does full brawl do? Does it still have a rage reduction? I'm just curious.
Full draw is kind of like
it's on the same one.
Yeah. You get the 2 seconds.
No, right to the left of where sharpshooter was. The yeah.
Full draw, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're on a delay. That's why.
My bad. Yeah, that's much better. The sharpshooter is much better than full draw for sure.
Yeah, like just 5% boost is
It's crazy,
itself, right? And then like these 10% boost to normal damage dealt with a suit. Like what the hell? 10% boost.
It's so dumb, bro.
But look how strong this is. Drill. I think drill was one. I'm like, what the hell? Another 5% boost to normal damage, but then every 20% unit loss, you get another 3%. Like this is kind of like a.
Did that say 30% attack for the first 10 seconds of combat? I think it was the
bloody
flag.
Bloody bolt. Oh,
no, it was the legendary inscription.
Yeah.
It wasn't drilled. It was sorry.
Merciless.
Merciless.
Yeah.
30%, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I think the skill damage resistance kind of sucks, right? Because hopefully you're not getting hit with skill damage. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of siege is like you moving up, hitting a few people for a few seconds, they move back. You move up, right? And so I feel like that 30% attack is actually like really good.
This is broken strong because even something like calm, right? So if you look at here, calm sucks, but it's really good for engineering. You know, it's here. So if you see calm, you're like, this is terrible, right? Because when you deal any type of direct damage, 30% chance to increase your attack by 10% for 3 seconds. But like if you look at Margaret's skill, right, she has this like Sargon thing going on.
Yeah, worth a lot of direct damage.
So basically, you're doing a direct damage every basic attack. You're dealing range direct damage every turn for 3 seconds. If you have Gajamata, he's doing it for 5 turns, right? It deals extra for 5 turns. So basically, now for the next 5 seconds for 5 turns, or this one's for 3 seconds or 3 turns. With Calm, right, you have a 30% chance every time to increase your attack by 10% for 3 seconds. So that's going to trigger all the time because you're not going to get out of you're going to stay in combat a lot easier. And all of a sudden, Calm becomes like really good. So I'm actually re-rolling this one. It's actually cool to think about it like completely different because Breaker, like I already have this, right? But with this double and Calm, all of a sudden I'm like, dude, this is actually just better than Breaker. Because I have essentially 4 direct damage every time I launch the active skill, and every one of those shots has a 30% chance to increase attack by 10%. And then you have full draw with it. So now it's better than Breaker, right? So, and so look at this shit. It's almost like why do I have 2 double inscriptions with rare on the same slot? You know?
And isn't that the same slot that you can buy sharpshooter for?
Yeah, exactly. I wish it was something else. Right? Why can't it be like here or here? But yeah, but anyways.
I know, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. But
let's see.
But bus is a lost cause.
Hurt your soul seeing people invest in Siege. Listen, man, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. I'm not even a Siege main, you know, I'm running both.
True. Best of both worlds.
Some marches, what do you want me to do? You want me to run a 3rd calf march?
So, you know what would be actually interesting to see? Siege mains and Siege of Orleans. That would be crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. So the problem with that is you can only really take skills that improve your stats, right? Because everything else.
Look at Matilda's kit.
Oh yeah, you go to Matilda. Yeah. You get like a shitload of siege health. Is it?
You get 60% stats.
Yeah, actually, this would be really good. Siege health and defense. That's disgusting, actually.
Isn't that gross, dude?
Dude. Just
And
that
then
by
you could,
itself.
so 30% health, 30% defense, and then you could also put Joan of Arc fourth skill, which is
Yeah,
25% normal damage increase if you're not
yeah,
using that on the Uche,
yeah.
right? I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah. 20% normal attack increase. 25%. Yeah.
it would be one of the most disgusting marches ever.
Siege is for older whales, though. You know, I don't think I have enough commanders max where I would actually be at a disadvantage
Like
as
I
opposed to
wouldn't
getting
invest
advantage.
in it. I wouldn't invest in it, but
Yeah.
I will say that it is the most annoying thing of all time to fight against.
For now,
Especially
for now.
if it's like a
Yeah.
stalemate situation. It's just it's
Dino's like third cav, 100% over siege.
hey
Listen, man.
Dino. I'm investing in my third cav over the siege, so I agree with you. But I'm just saying, like
I feel
at the
like
same
he's.
time, like kingdoms need some siege marches. You just have to like we were strictly at a disadvantage
Yeah,
because we did not have siege marches while we were fighting
yeah.
on a bridge for 17 hours last
You
KVK.
should
Like
watch. I mean, I think you're gonna see it in this KBK, Away of 1960. They're literally like, literally Sea Will's directive is get a siege march, right? So they all have a siege march. They're all gonna have one siege to two sieges, and
they're gonna set up lines like just
they're gonna
straight back
yeah,
lines.
you're actually
Yeah.
gonna see strategy with it that we haven't seen yet because so far no kingdom has actually really fully committed. 1960 is the first one. So like, what do you think is gonna happen once they do it, and
And
then you get eyeballs on it, it becomes more popular? Like, do you know you could
how
hold
how
out?
fast how fast is the auto target, by the way? Like if I set up a siege on their territory on a flag that we're rallying, is it fast enough to like hit reinforcing marches when it auto targets or
No,
no?
it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It also won't target unless someone else is already targeting it. So one, you have to be in war frenzy, right? And then two, either they're hitting you directly or someone else on your side is hitting that march, then it'll auto target. So there's a couple conditions for it to happen.
Yeah, I see.
You guys have
Uh,
two siege mains and they made everyone mad. Well, yeah, that's like a siege main, right? Siege main is different. It's different than having siege as part of a lot more marches.
and I will
Yeah,
say, and I mean this with no slight as to your average player who invests in sieges, but I think you'd agree with this. The average person or account, I won't even say person, the average account investing in a siege march right now is like a 55 mil power player with sub 1 billion kill points. Like that, when I see accounts that have
yeah,
siege marches, like
yeah,
that's what I'm seeing.
yeah,
So it will legitimately be interesting to see
yeah,
1960
yeah.
who clearly all have like strategy gear, etc.
Oh yeah, and then actually like
Use
strategize
them.
this and then like unleash it on 1093. It's gonna be fun, man. I wonder what they're gonna do.
I
You
just
know?
kind of wish that they didn't have 89 also in the game. But whatever,
Yeah,
I digress.
that's stupid.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah. All right, man. I gotta run here.
Yeah, I got a lot
Eating
too.
dinner and
Let
stuff.
me
So,
let's see who is streaming. I don't know. I don't think anyone's streaming right now.
yeah.
All
All
right.
right. Dino, Nico, everybody else in chat. Bus.
All
Appreciate
right,
you
guys.
letting me hop in here.
Yeah, no problem, man. Hey, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys next time. Log into.
All right. See you, man.
All right, dude.